Adjustants, operatives, we are back with another video of Snowbreak. I was about to say Arknight's Enfield, but no, Snowbreak. It's been a while that we haven't done a story event for this long because of the maintenance, so we're gonna do it now. Also, I should not be speaking way too slowly or wasting time. So, I need to do the Supreme Battleground also. I need to remind myself this. But regardless, we had to do the main story, and look at this. It's uncensored. It looks amazing. But I'm not sure how much percentage is uncensored though. But we're gonna go through the main story. I didn't do the progress one. I just like skimmed through it. I just want to be sure what's going on, so we're gonna start with it. After the coastlines and the city's waterways froze over, Lucinian was gripped by the cold unlike anything it has ever known. The Andretori family discovered traces of Sophie's near Sorenia, so I sent Marianne and Akesia to track her down. Damn, it's been so long that I haven't done these monologues, dialogues, or whatever. That's crazy. They weren't going alone. Madeline went with them, along with armed units from Cadelc Technologies. That meant I was the only one left in Lucelian. After the previous night's call, I reached Lucelian's docks at the time agreed upon. The freezing wind screamed over the docks. People hurried past, almost disappearing into the heavy coats, shoulder hunched and hands buried in their pockets, doing whatever they could to keep the cold out. Then a beam of sunlight burst into the snow-white world. I really like this new design of Fridio. It looks so much better. Probably because I like the long hair. That's the reason. And also it feels very free when you let it loose. It's not like tied up. Fridio leaned out of the helicopter door, waving wildly at me. And I heard that she's gonna be an octave drive, which means it's a downgrade. It's kind of sad. Before the helicopter skids has ever settled, she hopped down and threw herself straight towards me. I hurried forward and caught her, then carried by the momentum, I spun into her twice. Hold on, let's see this. It's a very interesting design. I don't hate it. I just wish that, not that it's covered up, I just wish there was like a bit more details to it, so. But I don't mind the fan service. I heard her tight. Fridio was warm, like I just grabbed a little fireball. Okay, she got a new outfit, but the problem here is that did she just nerf herself? I don't like it when they nerf themselves. It's very weird. I heard you've been burning the midnight oil for this. Alright. Fridia usually kept a pretty healthy routine. Lately though, she's been staying up late. This new exosuit clearly meant a lot to her. I was worried what was wearing her down, but I didn't want to dampen her excitement either, so I let her talk. I didn't even follow that. I didn't read the whole thing at all. Okay. Already? Didn't we only find out last night we were coming to Lucelian? An AI summit, huh? If you're this excited, it must be kind of a big deal.
もちろんだよ。開かれるのは7年に1回だけだし、出席の資格なんて継承制だよ。招待状を持っている人は学院の理事会に申請すれば自分の招待状を他の人に譲渡できるの。理事会の承認が下りたら以降は招待状を引き継いだ人がサミットに出席できるって仕組みなんだ。
I have to say, once I keep on looking at her outfit, it feels more like a outfit that you should pay to get. Because it looks so much better like this. I wonder what it would look like if it's not paid to get. Like, you know, like more covered up. Not like those censored stuff. I mean, like, there has to be a better style to what they're wearing.
こうやってサミットに伝承性を持たせつつ決まった様式で特別感を保ってるってわけ。そんな AI サミットに私の先生はそれは何度も出席してるの。ほら。
Her hair looks so nice now! Except the front side though. Although it feels like it's a bit of an improvement. Frida pulled out an envelope and Academia Acapulco's crest was stamped on the front, trimmed with gold threads.
見て、先生からもらったの。フリティア先生、やっと先生に認められたんだよ。
Hold on. Okay. The artwork, it shows really nice, but when I see it from here, it's so similar to Monsieur, it's so similar to Haru, it's so similar to Akizio. I don't know what to say. That's all I have to say to that. With everything you accomplished, I'm surprised she waited this long to give you that. I'll have to meet her sometime.
サミットに一緒に出席してくれれば会えるよ。先生も会いたいって言ってるし、この前学院で会えなかったのをずっと気にしてるみたい。
So does this mean my Frida can go toe to toe with Eton now?
それはまだ無理かもしれないけど、いつかはきっとできるよ。フリティア先生を信じて。
I laughed and pulled her close and looked her straight in the eyes. I believe in you. I'll always believe in you, Professor Frida.
急に真面目にならないでよ。恥ずかしいでしょ。そうそう。マリアンに手伝ってほしいことがあるんだわ。火種システムバージョン 2.0 には民生機器を遠隔操作できる機能を追加したからアプリ版のプロモーションがしたいの。アンドレ・オッチケってローズランですごい影響力を持っているんでしょ。任務の説明資料読んでたら書いてあったの。
I'll handle it. I have the authority to mobilize the Andretori's family resources. But this isn't just an instant and go, right? What else does the software do?
実は火種システムはユーザーの許可をもらった上で端末の処理能力を一部借りることがあるんだ。この戦術装備に火種システムの中枢が内蔵されてて、それが火種のアプリを入れた端末から処理能力をちょっとずつ集めて、最終的にはとてつもなく莫大な処理能力を持てるの。そうすると町の資源を自動的に分配できたり、戦闘中の演算処理が早くなったり、いろいろ恩恵があるんだ。でもね、いくら火種がみんなの機械を自動で動かしてくれて手間が省けて生活が便利になるからってユーザーに端末の処理能力を貸してもらうとなるとやっぱり自信がないんだ。私だって権限をむやみに要求してくるアプリはすぐ削除しちゃうもん。
Yeah. At this point, the problem was less engineering it and more sales, and I knew exactly who could make that happen. The president of Lucelian Chamber of Commerce, Long Yang. Luchellian has escaped disaster last time in no small part of her because of her. And this wasn't the only flavor I needed. I also had to ask for the reason for this mission in the first place, the source of that signal. The Androtori family was already combined the city, but if the chamber mobilized its own network to track down the supercomputer, we'll get answers faster. The problem was I already owe Long Yang more than I could comfortably repay. Yeah, I have trouble trying to pronounce some words. For a moment, I couldn't even figure out how to bring it up. Come on, let's go see Miss Long Yang. She knows how to get things done. If anyone can get people on board, it's her. Petals carpets the paving stones. Moonlights pool in the cups of spring wine. When I returned to Moonlit Retreat, the couplets of the doors has been replaced. They were written on red paper flecked with gold. At first glance, they were written looks loose and messy. The longer you looked, though, the more elegance you found in every stroke. Then the stone walls, where the wooden signs used to hang, was bare now. Only a single nail remained on the wedge into the crack. So she's done running the inn? No sooner have I said it than the wooden door eased inward, opened only a narrow gap. Almost at once, a few pink petals drift towards us, carrying a faint warmth and settle in our hair and on our shoulders. Fredia plucked the petal from her hair and brought it to her nose to smell it. And I'm not gonna lie, I really like this design of Fredia now, but I don't like the bottom half. Even though I like the bottom, I am like bottom half preference rather than the top half. Let's go in, we'll find out. I put a hand on the door and motions for Fredia to go first. But something inside seems to brace it. It only inched open a little more. After she saw what was behind it, Fredia quietly exclaimed and waved me in eagerly. Behind the door was a mountain of gift boxes piled high, velvet cases, and lacquer boxes inlaid with mother-of-pearls, jade carvings, and fine woodworks. Just the packaging itself screams money. It was hard to imagine what kind of treasures they held within. They look like gifts that people have sent. A clear, bright laugh floated over. A gentle breeze seems to... Oh my god, I should have spoke faster. A clear, bright laugh floated over. A gentle breeze seems to rise with it. By the window, a white-haired woman lounged against the frame, idly fanning herself. When she smiles, it was the kind that made you forget to breathe.
人の行為を無下にしたら野暮な人間だと思われるだけ。ビジネス以前に煙たがられて終わりよ。情けは人のためならず。世の中の義理人情というのはそういうものなの。
I'm also reminded when the voice actors finish with their lines, because sometimes I might skip over it. So my apologies if I do that. Accept a little, repay a little. That's an interesting way to put it.
なさい。ビジネスのことにあんまり詳しくないから勝手なことを言っちゃって。
構わないわ。さっきの話も別に商売のコツなんかじゃないの。ほんの少しの打算ってところかしら。アクロポリス学院の学問に比べれば大したことじゃないわ。
なんでそれを？分析員から聞いたの
？Fredia turned to me, puzzled. I shook my head. The woman across from us gave us a faint smile.
いいえ。名だたるユグドラシルのヘイムダル部隊だもの。ちょっと調べればいろいろとわかっちゃうわ。
I wonder what the censored version looked like, though I don't want to know. She was talking about Heimdall, but her gaze was already found me lingering and unhurried. After the tsunami crisis, she clearly looked into everything she could find about me.
もちろん、お二人がここへ来た理由もあらかた想像はついてるわよ。火種システムのアプリ、そのプロモーションに協力してほしいでしょ。
Your intel really is something, Miss Longyang. Is there anything in Luchellian you don't know?
もちろんあるわよ。
Her smile faded. When she looked back at me, there was a quiet reproach in her eyes, like I slight her without even noticing.
例えば分析員、あなたが一体何を考えているのかわらわには見当もつかないわ。
Yeah, see, I thought she would be finishing her sentence, but then no, she paused so slowly and then repeats it again. I don't blame her, it's just that it's very misleading at times when I want to know when they're done speaking.
2週間顔を出すどころか連絡の一つもよこさない。いざ顔を見せたら開口一番協力してくれと。
I'll try not to speak that much, only because I'm wasting a lot more time than usual.
わらわのこと本当に考えてくれているのかしら。
Longyang struck an elegant pose and snapped her folding fans open, hiding the slayed curves of her lips. Only a pair of bright eyes remained, watching me. Not really?
へえ。
I don't simply think of you as a passing though. You have a place in my heart. That's why when something comes up, you're the first person to come to, Miss Longyang.
分析員ったら思わせぶりなことを言っちゃって。そんなことを言われたら断れないじゃない。
I think I'm supposed to call her Longyang-san, because I keep on calling her Miss Longyang.
なら手伝って差し上げましょう。セシル？
Oh god, her! She's so annoying!
セシル？隠れていないで出ておいで。
A rose-red flurry burst in, fluttered. Cersei hurried over in front of me and bowed so deeply she nearly toppled.
部長に会長、それとフリティアさん。
You were a pain! Cersei's dramatic entrance has cough radio mid-slip. She choked in surprise, coughing as she wiped at the tea she spilled.
こんにちは。
Cersei, what are you doing here?
私。
Her head dipped so low she nearly folded in half. She got stuck on the first word and couldn't force out the rest.
彼女はここのところボランティアとして働いているの。それで自分の過ちを痛感したみたいで、あなたに顔を合わせるのを恥ずかしがってたわ。
Yeah, that makes sense.
でもボランティアにしておくにはもったいない人材なのよ。だからここに呼んでその才能を生かそうと思ったの。セシル、さっきの話は聞いてたわよね。プロモーションの件任せたわよ。はい、全力を尽くします。それで分析員とフリティアさんはどうするの？
Longyang gaze move between me and Fredia, as if she has words meant for me alone. Fredia, go with Cersei's, help her with the promotion work and get familiar with the process.
じゃあ部長、私たちはこれで。
With that, Cersei's led Fredia out towards Chongfu Street. Their footsteps faded. Moonlit retreat fell silent in an instant. Okay, she was there just for a moment, thank goodness. Something on your mind, Miss Longyang?
あら、とぼけているのね。
Ah, she had lewd motions. Nice.
ただで協力するほどわらわはお人よしじゃないわ。知っているくせに。
Longyang brushes the edge of her fan to her lips. Her voice dropped to a softer murmurs, and her eyes had a smile I couldn't quite read. Then what is it that you want this time, Miss Longyang? It can't be another favor, can it?
さすがにわらわでもそこまで欲張りじゃないわ。あんな些細なことで借りを作るなんて性に合わないもの。とはいえ何が欲しいと聞かれておいそれと教えるのももったいない気がするの。
Why not?
だってもっとわらわのことで悩んでほしいもの。
As she spoke, Longyang tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifted towards the courtyard. Following it, I finally noticed what the relentless cold has done. The entire garden. Yeah. The entire garden was frozen through. Peach's branches were crowded with buds, but none of them dared to open. Each one stayed curled tight against the bitter wind, waiting for the frostbittens and then drop. It was hard not to feel the pang of regret. Still, the slight sparkle an idea, once I knew she would like. Then I'll repay you with the courtyard of spring. Slowly, I opened my palm. Taitogen seeped into the air and wound its way along the branches. Within moments, warmth climbed through the courtyard. She felt the change at once. The ears atop her head twitched. Suddenly alert, a heartbeat later she felt it. The soft, steady rustle of buds unfurling. One bloom, then two, then 10, then 100. Pink spills across the gray-brown branches until the whole tree seems to brush. A gentle breeze drifted through and petals began to fall, first slowly and in a constant fluttering shower. They dust the stone paving, caught along the eaves, skimmed the water-shimmering surface, and settled in Longyang's hair. She breathed the words, reaching out to catch a few petals. She lifted them to her nose and inhaled their delicate sweetness. Well, is that enough to make you happy, Miss Longyang? She pursed her lips, feigning reluctance. Even so, the pointed ears atop her head softened, and her tail swayed lazily, betraying her delight. Just it will do. You look pretty pleased to me, Miss Longyang. I nodded towards the fluffy tail behind her. It was sharp but no weight, yet it still delivered sensory information to the brain. Characteristics of the fragment's matter projection. I thought she's gonna say something, but she just gasped. She froze, her round eyes widened. She gave a tail a cautious little swish. Without thinking, my gaze followed the soft blur as it moved. The moment she realized I could really see her tail, color rushed to her cheeks, brighter than the petals clinging to her sleeves. I guess it's safe to say you're a half manifestation.
半覚醒者、聞いたことない言葉ね。でもまあ、確かにわらわには少しばかり特殊な力があるわ。この耳と尻尾もそうよ。まあ、分析員以外に指摘されたことはないのだけれども。分析員、説明していただけるかしら。
These features likely trace back to the Dweirus of the Nine-Tailed Divine Fox.
神格？何のことかしら。
Simply put, when a manifestation awakens, something takes root in its subconscious. It's like an imprint humanity has carried for centuries. Old gods, immortal figures, the kinds that live on its myths and legends. And when it surfaces in an individual, the ability that emerges tends to match that imprint. Yggdrasil has been studying this. If you ever had the time, come to Holmes. We'll run the full evaluation.
半覚醒者。つまり、完全な覚醒者もいるの？そうなれば、力も強くなるのかしら。
I leaned in without realizing it, her words coming fast. Everyone in the Heimdall force is a full manifestation, and Yggdrasil has carried out successful manifestation procedures before. As for abilities, can you do right now, Miss Longyang? Oh wait, what can you do right now, Miss Longyang? The curiosity vanished from her face in an instant, replaced by that bright, unreadable smile. After a brief pause, she slid down from the window frame and circled to my side. Her warm breath brushed past my ear and straight into my heart.
もうわらわを知り尽くそうとしているの？せっかちさんね。ここはやっぱりゆっくりとお互いを知っていきましょう。
Before her melancholic voice has faded, she suddenly moved. One moment she was at my side, the next she was standing in front of me, her sleeves fluttering as a faint peach blossom scent sweeps through the air.
そういえば分析員の言葉で思いついたのだけれど、ユグドラシルはアポカリプス手術に成功した事例があるというのなら、分析員にしてほしいことはやっぱり。
You want to become a manifestation?
ええ。
When she said it, her gaze drifted away from me, past the roofline and into the distance as if she was reaching for something long gone. I wanted to ask why, but with her, I doubt I'll get a straight answer. No.
ダメなの？
Her smile shifted. She tapped her fan against her palm, as if quietly recalculating the terms.
ゴンドラ7800隻だけじゃ採算が取れないってことかしら。わからなくもないわ。
That's not what I mean. Yes, becoming a manifestation can make you stronger, but it comes with a cost. We'll call it being flooded. Everyone in Heimdall chose the path after weighing it carefully. I want you to do the same.
あら、もしかしてわらわのためを思って断っているの？
I haven't forgotten what you did for me, but you don't know what you'll be getting into. So before you decide anything, I have to tell you what it really takes. I'm not going to clear my debt to you by letting you walk blindly into something so difficult. Petals keep drifting down with a faint rustle. Long Yang didn't answer. After a long moment, her smile finally faded. She looked at me again, slow and intent, studying me as if weighing every word. What is it?
いえ、ただ変な人と思っただけよ。でもこの世に本当にこんな人がいるのかしら。ねえ、手相を見せてちょうだい。今の話が本音かどうか確かめさせて。
You can tell from the palm reading? She didn't answer. Instead, she perched back on the window frame and looked at me, quietly beckoning me closer. She opened her slender hand, palmed me. When I sat on my hands over her, her fingertips traced the lines of my palms, gold flare in her eyes. Behind her, Nine-tailed Fox framed out, and her golden pupils narrowed to slit. For a heartbeat, it felt like my thoughts were being pulled out of me. She's using some kind of ability. I furrowed my brow slightly, then tightened my focus and steadied my mind. In the instant, the gold in her eyes vanished, like it has never been there at all. Long Yang's expression shifted. Shock flashed in her eyes, gone almost as soon as it appeared. Then the usual lazy, unreadable calm settled back over her face. Well, did you get anything?
一つだけ分かったわ。分析員を思っている人はこの庭の桃の花よりも多いのね。
The word sounds like a light jab, but her fingertips didn't retreat. They lingered, then drifted slowly along the lines of my palm. The tickle started in my hand and traveled upward, tightening in my chest like a fox claws digging in deep. Just then, a perfect 5 petals blossom loosened from the branch above. They wobbled down through the air and came to the rest at the top tip of one of my palm lines. I guess there's one with my name on it here as well. I closed my fingers gently around the blossoms and pulled my hand back. Long Yang fingertips hovered in the air for a beat, as if my hands were still there, when she realized her warm scarlet rush into her cheeks. She's been the one teasing away in control. One line from me turned the tables, and for once she didn't know where to put her eyes. Her gaze darted away. She snapped her fan open and gave it a few quicker flutters, as if to fan the heat from her cheeks. The chime sounds from the terminal. She clanked to her nose faintly and gave me a small apologetic smile. Then she glanced at the screen, and her brows slowly knitted. What's wrong?
大したことじゃないわ。21年前の洪水で消えた天子の彫像が見つかったとの報告よ。たださっきわらわの神格が天子かもしれないと聞いたから、ちょっと気になってきただけ。ねえ、一緒に見に行かないかしら。ついでにフリティアさんとセシルの進捗も確認したいわ。
How could I decline an invitation from Miss Long Yang? Send the locations to my terminal. Once it came through, I forwarded to Fredia and told her to meet with us. On my way to Moonlit Retreat, I spotted the pile of items behind the door again. These gifts can't have been cheap. These gifts can't have been cheap. I don't even know if that's a sentence at this point. What are you doing? What are you going to do with all of them?
少なくとも使ったりはしないわ。人からもらったものをわらわに送ったのかもしれないし、何のために送ったのかもわからないじゃない。後でセシルに処理してもらうわ。
She waved it off and stepped outside with an easy, unbothered smile. Chongfu Street wasn't exactly bustling. Robots from the Acropolis were hard at work, and a small group of locals stood nearby, holding up their terminals and watching.
あら、すごいわね、これ。ちょっとかざしただけで操作できるようになったわ。あら、ほんとだね。こんなうまい話もあるもんだね。こんなすごいアプリ、こっちがお金を払いたいくらいなのよ。卵までおまけしてくれるなんて太っ腹よね。もううますぎて怪しいって思うくらい。そういえばこの間町内会でもおまけで釣る詐欺には気をつけてって注意喚起があったじゃなかったかしら。
What's so odd about this voiceover is that this one sounds so old.
なあ、もう心配せんでええよ。あのピンク髪のお嬢ちゃん、セシルちゃんの仲間やんか。セシルちゃんは絶対うちらを騙したりせえへんわ。ねえ、このアプリ入れるだけで卵のギフト券がもらえるんだって。私の招待メール届いたか見てみてよ。
Oh no, I think this voice actress is basically playing all three characters. That's how I assume it.
どれどれ、届いてるわ。どこのスーパーでも使えるみたい。
That was fast. How do you speak so fast like that?
ほな、はよいかんと。あの火種なんちゃらはかざすだけで端末に入ってまうんやから、先越されてもうたらあかんわ。
Yeah, they're all Yeah, they are. All three side characters are played by one voice actress.
アプリをインストールした人に景品で卵を？
Probably Fredia's idea. I've seen her pull this kind of stunt before.
二人ともさすが分析員の教え子ね。なかなか起点が利くわね。今度時間ができたらわらわにも知恵を授けてくれないかしら。
You're too kind, Miss Longyang. I'm sure you have guessed exactly what they're up to. The eggs were ready ahead of time, and grocery stores were set to honor the vouchers. That isn't just quick thinking. You're cleared the way for them. Thank you for putting so much effort into this.
あんなに素敵な景色を見せてくれたもの。わらわもそれなりのお返しをするのが義理でしょ。にしても。
She looked out towards the long sheet of ice in the distance, and her voice softens with a hint of wistfulness.
やっぱりこの寒さは答えるわね。桃の花を見ているとなんだかローズランの春が待ち遠しいわ。
I swear, that progression is so long. And there's like so much more to go. Holy. Alright, let's go. Grrr.
あれ、歯ぎしりしてるの？
いえ、何でもありません。
Cersei forced herself to look away from Wang Yang and Yuji to Kyojo, then hurried after Fridia.
フリティアさん、会社は近年どうですか？
どうっていいんじゃない？開発側の生産能力は不足してないし、戦術装備もというか、なんでそんなこと聞くの？
最近求人とかしてないかなって思って。
開発と広報支援なら常に出してると思うよ。他は詳しくないからあんまりわからないけど、ユグドラシルに戻りたいなら分析員に言えばいいのに。
違います。そんなつもりじゃ。さっきのことは内緒でお願いします。
I have no idea. Did Cersei actually change her voice or something? She was never like this. A chapter before.
わかった。
さっきの話を聞いていたんですけど、火種システムについてはまだよくわからなくて、もう少し詳細を教えていただけますか？
シンプルに言うと、このアプリを入れた端末で火種システムの入った設備、例えば車とかロボットアームとかいろいろ遠隔操作できるってわけ。火種システムに搭載されてる機能は日常生活で必要なことをほとんどカバーできちゃうの。そして何より何の知識を持たなくても使えるんだ。今はまだ初歩的な段階って感じだけどね。学院はもうロボットを何体か送ってきてるから、あとはどうやってみんなにアプリを入れてもらうかだね。
そうなんですか。火種をインストールするにはどれくらいかかりますか？端末に悪い影響が出たりとかしませんよね？
インストールは超早いんだよ。端末を貸してごらん。
Fridia took Cersei's terminal and tapped it against her own. With a beep, the Ember system was installed instantly.
早い。確認ボタンとかもないんですね。
つけるのは簡単だけど、そもそも許可をもらってからインストールするものだし。
それじゃあ悪い影響の方は？
強いて言うなら、端末の処理能力をちょっと利用させてもらうってとこかな。でも利用する前にちゃんと持ち主の許可をもらうし、ほとんど影響はないと言ってもいいよ。
ワンタッチでインストールできるのはフリティアさんの端末だけですか？それとも火種システムを入れた端末全般がそうなんですか？
As much as it sounds convenient, it sounds very also dangerous.
それは端末全般に決まってるでしょ。このフリティア先生が開発したアプリなんだから。
ダウンロードとインストールが面倒に感じる人って結構いますよね。でもワンタッチで完結するなら、そういう人にも入れてもらえるかもしれませんね。
ちょっと時間かかるのがたまに傷なんだけどね。一つ提案なんだけど、インストールしてくれる人に何か景品をあげるのはどう？
インストールしたら卵1パックを差し上げますみたいなことですか？
What's up with the free eggs for installing? This is like the COVID thing. Like, the moment you get the vaccination for COVID, you get free fries. That's not even worth it.
でもそんなにたくさんの卵を用意するのはちょっと無理かもね。
Although in all due fairness, I'm pretty sure what they're doing is good intentions, while the other one is like, is more forceful.
それならご心配いりません。今回のプロモーションにかかる費用はすべてローズラン商会が負担しますので。
What kind of eggs are they giving out? Chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs?
ーションの方法は、インストール1回につき卵1パック、別の人にアプリをおすすめすればもう1パックとかどうでしょう。2人でちまちま頼んで回るよりずっと効率的かなって。
それじゃあ1人につき2パックあげることにならない？
それだけじゃありません。火種システムを使うたびにさらに卵がもらえます。インストールだけしてすぐ削除するのを防ぐためです。
Damn, 36? I would like to have that.
おお、太っ腹だね。どんだけ卵あげちゃうんだろう。
それと卵の不正取得を防ぐためにアプリに端末番号を結びつけてもらいます。卵ギフト券は実際の店舗で受け取る仕組みにすることでコストカットもできます。
Although I highly doubt it's gonna be turkey eggs. Turkey eggs actually take way too long to make. While chicken eggs, they could actually do it at least once a day or something.
いいね。今すぐアプリに書き足すね。火種システムをインストールしたら対象店舗で受け取り機能が使えちゃうよ。それに火種システムから配達ロボットを呼べるように設定したんだ。
As they spoke, the two of them stepped out of the moonlit retreat.
もうですか？
時短のための火種システムなんだもん。
ちょうどいいところに。リーさん。
Cersei raised her terminal and hurried to the edge of the street. A minute later, she came back, practically bouncing.
ユーザーを3人増やせました。皆さん、思ったより前向きなんです。
いいね。そういえば安全部にいたんでしょ。こんな方法を思いつくなんて、さすが分析員の下で働いていただけはあるね。
フリティアさん、この案は私発案であることを部長には内緒にしていただけますか？
部長、分析員のこと？でもなんで？
理由はなんというか、とりあえずその約束してくれませんか？
わかった。誰にだって秘密があるもんね。でも分析員が好きなのはユグドラシルじゃ珍しくないことだよ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ私は先においとましますね。紹介のみんなに景品のことを伝えておかないと。
はい。火種システムに問題はないだろうけど、何かあったら連絡してね。
Cersei waved goodbye and hurried off. Her heart wouldn't settle. It never did when his name came up. Yujita Kyujo. She didn't have the courage to face him now, not until she made amends for what she'd done. Even the thought of him hearing her name made her heat rise up her neck with shame. And still, he kept slipping back into her thoughts. His face, his voice. He was there the moment he has finally come back to herself, a warm, steady radiance shining upon her. It was her feel exposed. It made her feel exposed. It made her feelings exposed. I swear, this doesn't feel right. Like she's been pulled into the light with nowhere to hide. If she stayed another second, she might crack, a shadow dying blissfully. A small breathless sound escaped her, her face burning. She fled the street she was on. After parting ways with Cersei, Fredio left Chongfu Street. A handful of Arcopola's robots waited nearby on standby. After Ember 1.0 has been hijacked by the Light Chasers, she joined Heimdall to try to stop those who weaponize technology against humanity. Even while handling exosuit R&D, for the squad. She has still carved out time to rebuild the Ember system from the ground up. When Ember 2.0 was finally ready, her advisor secured her an invitation to the next AI summit. For Frida, it wasn't just an honor, it was proof she has been recognized. Sound like an AI voice chat or chat box. She crouched, brought up a control panel, and skimmed the robot work log.
異常なし。
Ember 2.0 included a static check. She linked the robot in front of her to her terminal.
接続完了しました。火種システムバージョン 2.0 テスト版をご利用いただきありがとうございます。
God damn it, even the robot is a female.
向こうのスーパーに行って商品棚からミネラルウォーターを取ってきて。人に見つからずに監視カメラも回避して。コマンドを受信しました。分析を開始します。コマンドの送信者は水を必要としていると判断します。164メートル離れたウォーターサーバーから水を取ってきますか？嫌だよ。ミネラルウォーターがいい。あのスーパーから取ってきて。ミネラルウォーターの値段は2シルバギボツです。2シルバギボツを払っていただければミネラルウォーターを買ってきます。
$2? Really? It should cost like 50 cents for that. Damn, the inflation is crazy.
今お金持ってないんだ。817メートル離れた場所にミネラルウォーターの無料配布所があります。そこで取ってきますか？所要時間は約4分30秒ほどです。いや、スーパーにあるやつが欲しいの。では、手数料として2シルバギボスをいただきます。無料で使えるんじゃなかったの？解析中。コマンドを受信しました。無料サービスとして歓声を上げます。I am free!
Okay, that's funny.
接続を解除します。パトロールモード再開します。悪意検知システムちゃんと役に立ってるみたいだね。
Laughing, Frida patted the robot. She snuck more hours into the ethics checks feature than she cared to admit. Suddenly, the robot emitted a long error tone.
スキャンを開始します。あれ？ S ランク脅威個体を検知しました。
The next moment, the robot arm snapped up and slashed straight for Frida's throat. Long Yang and I were walking through the street to Lucelian when she paused to look for some patrolling robots. Curious, she started tapping through the settings on her terminal, testing a few commands for herself. I already helped her install Ember. From the moment it was set up, she couldn't leave it alone.
スキャンを開始します。S ランク脅威個体を検知しました。
The robot lunged for Long Yang. I moved to intercept, but the light flick of her hand, she summoned a fire that swallows the machine in one clean sweep. Around us, more units swirl alive with quick succession. I frowned. Robots going berserk wasn't much of a threat to me, but it would be catastrophic for civilians. Oh, see, this is what I meant. That's really bad. Because of the eggs. Just as the other robots were about to lunge, they seized up again. This time, they didn't just locked up. They were limp and collapsed on the ground. My terminal rang. I'm listening.
ロボットがハッキングされて無差別に通行人を襲っちゃったの。
I'm seeing it too. Stay calm. Meet me at the statue. We'll regroup there.
彫像？何の彫像？
Check your messages. I'll send you the coordinates. It's close. Regroup there first, then we'll talk. I ended the call and looked at Long Yang. The way she summoned fire just now was nothing like the Long Yang I know. Looks like I didn't need to worry.
わらわの能力はこれだけじゃないわよ。
She tilted her head down slightly, but her eyes looked up at me. Even her ears gave a playful twitch. Time's against us. Let's go regroup with Friedia.
ええ、そうしましょう。
She fell in steep behind me, and we headed for the divine fox statue at a brisk pace. Up ahead, I spotted Friedia.
分析
She ran over and stopped in front of me, breathless. Any leads on who's behind it?
街中のロボットが全部制御不能になってる。この手口はスーパーコンピューターしかありえない。
Okay, at least this one is shorter. For some reason, like the progress one is way too long. I really don't like that. Okay, we're gonna do. I don't know what's the difference again, but I forgot about it. But we're gonna waste some stamina. Let's remove these girls. Dismiss. Dismiss. We're just gonna use her. I don't think I have any others around. No, I don't. Okay. Alright.
分析員、あれがわらわが言っていた天子の像よ。
伝説通り尻尾が9本もあるんだね。見た目もすっごい迫力ね。
油断しないで。
やっぱりここにも敵が。
まずはここを突破しましょう。
さっきから何かいると思ったら、やっぱりここで待ち伏せしてたんだね。
When you right click, you do AoE damage.
ローミングアップは十分よ。
Oh my god, I didn't realize she could do that.
次の目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。
I literally did not know she could do that.
みんな足元に気をつけて。地面が凍っているから転ばないようにね。
うわー、カチカチ。道理で交通が麻痺しちゃうわけだね。
Oh, I'm supposed to go here. Alright. My apologies for a little bit of lag.
あらまあ、随分とせやっ。
Okay. More silver bucks. That cost me 15 water.
龍か。
I guess that doesn't do anything. Alright.
龍か。肩慣らしにはちょうどよかったわ。
Should I even attack?
ローミングアップは十分よ。さて、次の目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。やっ。
This is fun though.
龍か。
Although, even though when I was facing towards this direction, I think she attacks anything that's closest to her.
それ。肩慣らしにはちょうどよかったわ。
Yeah, they're frozen. They can't do. Oh, I guess I unfroze this one. Oh well. Let's leave them alone.
だいぶ楽になってきたわ。
Oh.
商人はどんな財も見逃さないものよ。
Oh, okay. So if the enemy is still there, I still lose stamina when I dodge or something, or run.
戦闘型じゃないみたいね。案外簡単に倒せるの。
全部学院から送られてきたものなの。家庭用ロボットと給仕ロボットで。
期待通りだったでしょ。
Alright, next station. After taking down the suddenly activated robots, Frida crouched by the wreckage, her face drawn tight with worry. She fished the robot chips out of the debris and linked it to her terminal.
ずいぶん乱暴なハッキングだね。
What are you seeing?
こんなやり方見たことがないよ。電源を切ったのに高周波パルスで電力を無理やり発生させて強制起動させてるよ。
A virtual keyboard flared to life from her exosuit. Her fingers flew across it.
よし、結合式ファイヤーボールがあれば問題なし。
Why would a supercomputer come after us?
確か襲ってくる前は勝手にスキャンを始めて、そしたら S ランク脅威個体を検知したって急に言い出したっけ。
Any count yet on how many civilians were hurt? As soon as I finished speaking, Long Yang terminal started buzzing up non-stop. She lowered her gaze, fingers moving quickly as she skimmed and sorted the incoming reports.
紹介の方は数十人の負傷者が出ているわ。ローズラン全域で起きた傷害事件なら優に100件以上ってところかしら。
So, it really was a discriminate. But why would a supercomputer target civilians? Is someone behind it? Long Yang didn't answer. She glanced at the robot wreckage, then looked back at me. The usual teasing ease in her eyes were gone. For a moment, uncertainty flickered there. That was when I realized whenever the Androtori family knew about the supercomputer and Lucelian, they kept it tightly contained. Even the chamber, one of their close allies, hadn't heard a thing. For a moment, Long Yang brows smoothed out. She looked back to her terminal, regaining her usual composure.
被害状況の確認はもう始まっているわ。すぐに結論が出るはずよ。
Sorry, I should have told you what led up to this.
構わないわ。ユグドラシルから見れば、確かにわらわは部外者に過ぎないものね。
She said it like it didn't matter, but the momentarily loneliness in her eyes gave her away. Damn, I can't even read properly. Monetary? Holy shit. Here's the short version. When Lucelian was hit by the tsunami, Yggdrasil's super AI picked up a signal. The one that looked up for the counterpart. Her fingers stopped mid-scroll. She looked up at me, plainly surprised.
なぜわらわに説明するのかしら。
Because you've been helping me without even knowing what you're stepping into. I can't keep leaving you in the dark. That'll be a lousy way to repay your goodwill. To be clear, I didn't intend to hide anything from you. I just hadn't had the chance to explain it.
わらわは別にそんなつもりで協力していたわけでは。
I know. You never had a hand for free. Let's call it that then. Long Yang lowered her gaze. For a moment, she couldn't find the words, and a faint pain creeped up along the tips of her ears. The signal Yggdrasil Super AI picked up from.
ちょうどローズランに
Yes. Once Edda, the Super AI, confirmed that it was a supercomputer, she responded to the signal 4 times.
あんな莫大な処理能力を持つスーパーコンピューターならエッダに狙われても不思議じゃないよ。
玉を抱けばそれ罪ありなのね。
She murmured it under her breath, shouldering tightening as her fingers idly traces the edges of her folding fan.
そのスーパー AI はローズランに何をしでかすつもりなのかしら。
No, at least for a moment, all along she's been forced on one goal. Destroying Lucellia would not give her any advantage towards that. That is a problem, but the signal source is more urgent. If its firewall is strong enough that even Egypt's AI can't get a fix on it, so we need an old-fashioned way to find it.
ここでメインサーバーの所在地を見つけること。
I already had the Androtori family searching, but nothing turned up yet. Longyang nodded, quietly fitting the pieces together.
アンドレオチ家ほど影響力はないけれど、しらみつぶしの調査なら紹介の方が得意よ。それにロボットの制御権が奪われたことだし、一刻も早くメインサーバーを見つけなくちゃね。ローズランの安全に関わることだから、わらわにも協力させてくれないかしら。
If you're willing, that would be a great deal. But there's something our initial search might have ignored. Supercomputers don't appear out of nowhere. If the mainframe is in Lucellia, someone built it. And you don't build something like that without leaving footprints.
わかったわ。今すぐ手配するわね。
Fredia went back to reinforcing the firewall. Longyang was already assigned searching teams on her terminal, and I finally had a moment to collect my thoughts and decide our next move. If that supercomputer baked on special design into its firewall. I called Marianne at once and gave her a few quick instructions.
わかりました、旦那様。対策を万全にするよう会社に伝えておきます。
Good. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. When I ended the call, I realized Fredia and Longyang were already finished on their end. Both of them looked almost relaxed now, watching me.
分析ファイヤーウォールの強化終わったよ。今度またハッキングされてもワンタッチで電源を切れば安全だよ。
Good work, Fredia.
こっちも準備を終わらせたわ。
Longyang gave her fan a lazy little sway, slipping back into her usual unbothered ease. Then what do I owe you this time?
あなたね。
She went quiet, then fixed me with a look that was all mocked reapproached. As if remembering the rules she laid down before, she lifted her fan to half hide her face, leaving only a pair of eyes that wouldn't quite meet mine.
わらわを部外者と見ていないのなら、今回はそうね。呼び方を変えなさい。わらわのことをこれから呼び捨てで呼んでちょうだい。
Longyang. I didn't pause to think. The elegant name came out easily.
分析。
She said my name under her breath, then furrowed her brows slightly, as if she suddenly embarrassed herself.
わらわもそう呼んでいいかしら。
Of course.
ええ。
The exchange left something unmistakably intimate hanging in the air, and Fredia could only shake her head.
これってまた同僚が一人増えるんじゃ。
100 girlfriends who really loves you.
こうなるならカーシアたちの言う通り分析員から一歩も離れなきゃよかった。もう手遅れだけど。
She couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she turned to the divine fox statue instead.
この狐って昨秋南洋地方の信仰なのかな。チェンシンやブブからは聞いてないね。もしかしてあの二人も知らないのかも。ははこれってつまり 私はあの二人より少し賢くなったってこと？
While she was still basking in her little victory, Long Yang and I stepped up to the statue. But there was no delight on Long Yang's face. If anything, a quiet, hard-to-name sadness settled between her brows. She reached out, fingertips brushed the statue icy stone. On its surface, I caught the reflection on her pupils turning the golden hue. Long Yang? A few seconds passed before she finally turned. Her eyes still held that fainted glow, but they didn't quite focus on me. It was more like she was looking through me. I waved her hand in front of her face, but she didn't seem to see it. Tears began to well at the corner of her eyes. Brady and I exchanged a look. We shared the same worry. I couldn't just stand there. Carefully, I rested a hand on Long Yang's back. The moment I touched her, a vision crashed over me. I was standing on the solid ground, yet I saw a raging sea. Wave after wave surging through the statue, dragging it down into the depths. The image burned itself into my vision. The surf roars was so loud I could hear it, even my own ears covered. What is this? I couldn't tell how long it lasts, but little by little the roar receded, and the vision finally let it go. When I look at Long Yang again, the gold in her eyes has faded, but the emotions has stirred inside her still hasn't settled. Are you alright? If you want to tell me what that was, I'm listening. I have my suspicions, but I want to hear it from her. She met my eyes in silence, weighing me, deciding whether she could tell me the truth. I didn't rush her. I didn't look away. I simply waited. She held my gaze for a long moment, as if searching for the visual telltale signs of the other motive. When she found none, her guard finally eased.
触れたものの過去が見えるの。
マジで？すごい能力だね。
そんなことはないわ。この力はわらわの意志関係なく発動するの。わらわは商売人よ。人の心を覗きすぎると時々うんざりするわ。
At that, something clicked. Earlier today, when I stayed behind to speak with Long Yang in private.
でもこの世に本当にこんな人がいるのかしら。ねえ、手相を見せてちょうだい。今の話が本音かどうか確かめさせて。
That had been when I saw that same flash of gold in her eyes for the first time. Had she been looking into my past? Being preyed into that should irritate me, and for a moment it did, but then I understood why she did it. I thought of the heap of the gifts piled behind the door at Moonlit Retreat. In her words, gifts were never just gifts. One touch and she sees the things. Every lie is wrapped in pretty paper. Every flavor someone expected to collect later. And then she had to sit there and smile, listening to their lies anyway, unable to call them on it. No wonder she come to dislike the gifts, along with the people who brought them. And if that was true, then when she reached for my hand, was it because she still hoped it was different?
21年前、恐ろしい洪水でローズランが半壊したの。いろんなものが洪水に流されていったわ。この彫刻やローズランの輝かしい歴史、それから わらわの母もね。
She reached out again, fingertips resting against the cold stone, gold flare in her eyes, and then faded as she pulled her hand back.
てっきり母の手がかりが見つかると思っていたのだけれど、そろそろ現実を受け入れる時かもね。
Is that why you wanted to become a full manifestation? She only gave a small smile in answer. I couldn't think of anything comforting to say that would sound hollow, so I just stood there with her.
ちょっといい？ひょっとしたらルーエンさんの能力ならスーパーコンピューターに関する手がかりを見つけられるかもしれないよ。
With that, she pulled out the envelope with the Academia Acapulco's crest stamp on the front, trimmed with gold threads. Does that invitation help us right now?
もちろんあるよ。この招待状は数十年前に作られて代々受け継がれてきたものなんだから。ルーエンさんの力を使って過去の AI サミットの情報を読み取れば、ローズランでスーパーコンピューターを作ってた人物がわかるかも。
How can you be so sure? How can you be sure that the person attended the summit?
むしろ出席しないわけないでしょ。このレベルのスーパーコンピューターの制作者なら学院から招待されること間違いなしだよ。
ちょっと待って、その招待状見覚えがあるような。
She broke off, one hand flying to her head. Her knees buckled and she staggered. Long Yang?
頭が痛いわ。
落ち着いて確認してみるね。
Fredia glanced at her terminal and her exosuit immediately began scanning Long Yang.
脳が過活動しちゃってる。反覚醒者で能力を使いすぎたせいなのかな。どうしよう。今からユグドラシルに戻って深覚神経を移植した方がいいかな。
深覚神経。
It's a procedure only Yggdrasil can perform. In simple terms, the implants will make you a full manifestation. Your abilities will stabilize. You'll have a better control. You won't be dragged into those uncontrollable flashbacks anymore. Still,
深覚侵食が心配かしら。構わないわ。わらわはそんなこと怖くないわよ。
being flooded is much bigger deal than you think.
承知の上よ。わらわの母の手がかりが見つかるかもしれないし。それに分析員がこんなに真摯に接してくれているもの。役に立てるのなら何でもやってみせるわ。
The usual glint of mischief in her eyes was gone. What remained was something pure and earnest. Without realizing it, the distance between us felt a little smaller than before. If you make up your mind, then. If you made up your mind.
本当に今から帰るの？
No need. Did you forget what I can do? I held out my hand. Hydrogens flicker into existence in my palm, then vanishes. Once I get a clear picture of the neurotrophic nerve structure, I can build them directly into Long Yang's brain.
ちょっと待って。データを出力するから落ち着いた場所とか知らない？
We returned to the moonlit retreat. Fredia brought up the hologram of neurotrophic nerves. Their replacement inside the brain laid out in crisp detail.
医療部に連絡を入れなくていいの？
No. No. And we don't need a hologram anymore. Turn it off.
もう覚えたの？
Not exactly. I just realized there's more reliable way to do this. I reached out, sliding a hand behind Fredia's neck to steady her and guide her closer to me. As I leaned in, she instinctively closed her eyes. I pressed my forehead to her, using Taijijins as a medium. I extended my perception inward, tracing the structure of the neurotrophic nerves inside her brain. Then I settled my other hand on the back of Long Yang's head, spreading Taijijins with carefully precision. I followed the same process, observe, map the structure, then construct it into the same relative position inside Long Yang's brain. After a long moment, a temporary set of neurotrophic nerves formed entirely of the Taijijins looked shape within her. Done. Let go of them both. Long Yang's pale golden eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was adjusting to the light around her again. How does it feel?
軽やかでなんだか落ち着かないわ。
She lifted her hand. Flames flickered in and out across her fingertips. Even her presence felt steadier and stronger than before. A temporary procedure appears to be a success. Alright, shall we begin? I motioned for Fredia to present the invitation. Long Yang accepted, studying the Acropolis crest as the faint creases formed between her brows. Something wrong?
始めましょう。お二人ともわらわの目を見つめてちょうだい。
In the next instance, golden light surged from her pupils, flooding the room. I have to say that was actually a good animation there. That was not bad. Okay, progress 4. The three of us were still gathered around the table. The familiar letter now sat motionless on the conference table. A wash of golden haze hung in the air. Long Yang's ability has drawn the envelope memories into the room, and we were watching them.
ここが何十年も前の心理庁なの？
Fredia was practically buzzing with excitement, taking a couple of tentative steps. Fredia, what's your stuff?
大丈夫だって。ちょっと待って。
She glanced down and tapped at her terminal. A moment later, both Long Yang's and mine pinged.
移動経路を全部マークしといたよ。印に沿って進めば現実世界のものにはぶつからないから。
With that, she bolted for where the door was in the real world, right into the busiest part of the vision.
分析。
I turned back. Long Yang's gaze was lowered. After a moment, as if she finally steadied herself, she lifted her head and met my eyes.
ごめんなさい、分析。手相を見たいと言ったけれど、実は。
Her eyes dropped again. She wouldn't look at me, like she was waiting for me to pass judgment. What did you see? She froze, caught off guard by how bluntly I asked.
わらわは見たいものを見たわ。
Glad to hear it. With your abilities, you've probably seen a lot you wish you hadn't. So, if my past brought you even a little comfort, that's a good thing. Her lips pressed into a thin line. She turned away, like she didn't want me to catch the color rising in her cheeks.
分析、こっちこっち。
Fredia waves at us from the distance, pulling us out of the moment. Following the path markers shown by the Ember system, Long Yang and I head over. Two people were talking beside Fredia. To my surprise, one of them was a familiar face.
ほら、そこ見て。タウさんだよ。
For a moment, I thought it was going to be Sophie. Tao stood on one side of the hall. The young woman faced her from the other. Even from the distance, it was obvious they were in the middle of the heated argument.
悪いけどタウ、あなたの考え方には賛同できないわ。 AI はただの道具に過ぎない。その主体性をこれ以上強化するべきじゃないと思うの。何度も、しかも自らによるアップデートを繰り返していっては、いつか AI は原則を破り人間を傷つけてしまうわ。AI はあくまで人間のサポート役。人間の定めた目標と手順に厳格に従うのが正しいやり方よ。
それは未来の放棄ですよ、アン。AI が道具であることは否定しませんが、リスクを恐れて可能性を全て手放すのは愚行以外の何者でもありません。 AI は思考の限界を打破するたびに私たちに新しい発展の道を示してくれるのです。
まだわからないの？あれはリスクじゃなく必然なのよ。今のエッタはすでに街中のすべての病院の電気をいつでも止めることができるのよ。交通を麻痺させ、他の AI を乗っ取って処理能力を奪い、インターネットをダウンさせ、戦争を引き起こす可能性だって。
もういいです、アン。 AI に何ができるのか私たちみんなよく知っています。主体性の強化は厳格に管理されるべきと私は思います。とはいえ、あなたの考え方が完全に正しいとも思えません。現にあなたは人間の意志を尊重すると掲げていながら、人間から選択の権利を奪っています。特定の人間のモラルに一元依存した技術など、前時代的にも程があります。建造から数千年もの時を経てきたここ真理町で鉄人をじみた論調を耳にするとは、正直耳を疑いましたよ。
分かっているわ。確かに代理者の問題はまだ解決していない。でもこの問題を道具の製作と代理者の選定との2つに分けて考えれば、代理者を安心して道具を任せられる人間を人為的に育てられるとしたら、
育てる。 AI を道具だと考えるのは分かりますが、人間までもあなたは道具として扱うつもりですか？
Neither side budged. Tao let out a slow breath. At the same time, the other woman turned her head towards where we were standing. The moment her face came into view, Long Yang whispered a word none of us expected.
お母さん。
Wait, what? Long Yang suddenly seized my hand. Her grip painfully tightened. The gold haze in my vision flickered and then twisted. The whole scene ripped violently, dizzily enough that I had to shut my eyes. When I opened them again, the golden lit vision was gone. We were standing in the courtyard of the moonlit retreat. Long Yang stared at the spot where An has vanished, lost somewhere far away. Long Yang, are you with me? Oi! She blinked and looked at me, but there was still some emptiness in her eyes.
分析やっと見つけたわ。
Long Yang sank down, propped her forehead onto the back of her hand. I couldn't read her expression.
母はわらわが5歳の時に洪水で行方不明になった。洪水だから形見らしき形見もあまりないし、当時何をしていたのかは親戚たちも知らないわ。そういえば。
She let out a quiet breath, like she was forcing herself to stay steady.
少し思い出したことがあるの。
She gestured towards the invitation on the table, then stood up and headed into the inner room.
この招待状、 母の形見の中にもそっくりなものがあるわ。こっちよ。
3D and I followed, keeping my voice low, and I leaned towards 3D. This distortion back there. Any idea what caused it?
わからない。医療部に戻って調べてもらう必要があるみたいだね。今の状況だと彼女の力に関係してると思う。金色の瞳は彼女の能力が発動した象徴で、私たちは彼女の目を通して彼女の見たものを見てるの。だから現像が揺れたのは彼女に関係してると思う。覚醒者の力にまだ慣れてないか、負荷が高すぎたか、彼女が自分で途切れさせたかのどれかが原因だと思う。
Alright, let's keep an eye on her. We followed Long Yang into the inner room. She unlocked her drawer in the corner. Inside were the access card, an envelope, and a handkerchief. Long Yang picked up the envelope and blew the dust from its surface, revealing the crest emboldened in a gold thread, dulling with age.
母の形見はこの3つよ。昔もこれらで過去を見ようとしたけど、能力が不完全なせいか何も見えなかったわ。今からもう一度試してみてもいいかしら。
Go ahead. The gold in her eyes flared once more, and the world slid back into the past. Once more, we stood in the Hall of Truth. It appears to be another academic summit, years after the last.
前回諸君に説明した通り、私の構想はほぼ実現しているわ。神の差システム、新モデルによって構築したスーパーコンピューターよ。利用者が知りたいとさえ思えば、電子の運動の軌跡からあらゆる実体物の移動ベクトル、さらには命の始まりと結末まで、どんな情報も正しく提示できるわ。すべてを知り、すべてをなす。人類が新時代を目指すための階段だわ。
Applause filled the Hall of Truth. I stepped back from the podium and gave a slight bow.
アン、前回は代理者の話をしていたと思いますが、道具が無事完成したのは誠に喜ばしいことです。しかしこれほどの力を持つ道具なら、この場にいる諸君らを含め実際に使える人間は一人もいないのでは。ええ、神の差システムが出力する情報量は普通の人間を一瞬で精神崩壊に追い込むほどだから、これを使うには膨大な精神力が必要となるわ。それを解決することが私の次の目標よ。情報層と物質層の転換を実現するために、私はこれからブレインマシンインターフェースの開発へ進むつもりよ。ブレインマシンインターフェースを通して使用者は神の差システムとコード融合し、その性能を最大限発揮できるようになる。戦争や技術発展のネック、さらには思考の限界、それらすべてを彼女がこの世界から消し去ってくれるわ。彼女は都市の、人類の、文明の守り手となることでしょう。
Silence fell over the hall, the audience, and we, hearing it decades later, were all left speechless. After a long pause, murmur rippled through the room, swelling into a restless din. An's hopeless gaze lowered, softened, and came to the rest of the slight swell of her belly. She was already looking forward to a bright future, and to the world she would build and lead.
妊娠してるみたいだよ。
Only then did I notice. In the same instant, the color drained from Long Yang's face. Long Yang. She didn't answer. She just stared at her mother's smile, perfectly still. The last time she's seen that smile has been a lifetime ago. Children from merchant families tend to wise up early. Long Yang's cousins were sent off young to the Chamber of Commerce schools. But while they drilled on the abacus, An took Long Yang out to farm in open fields, let her running herself tired. Most of what Long Yang remembered as a child had faded into scraps. Even so, whatever she thought back, she could almost feel that bright, warm sunlight on her skin again. They went almost often to the orchard in the Lumania district, where climbing figs grew thick. The owner was said to also have roots in Sujiao, and she's gone to great lengths to bring the trees all the way from Ningyang. Just thinking about the ice fig jelly she get to eat later mid little Long Yang mouth's water. She looked up at An, eyes widened and shiny.
言っておいで。
And always wanted Long Yang to feel things for herself, even if it made her look unseemly in other people's eyes. Like now, the fig trees weren't tall, but to someone Long Yang's size, the fruit might as well have been in the sky. Yet, An still set her on the ladder and let her climb, step by step, until she could hug the green fig tight to her chest. In that moment, the blue sky and soft cotton clouds felt close enough to touch. When the sun warmed overhead, the air thick with fruit's sweetness, and her mother smiles up at her from below, from the baskets and hands. Long Yang felt so full of happiness.
お母さん、私本当に学校に行かなくていいの？
She asked in a small, almost timid voice, wondering when this easy, carefree time would end.
あなたはまだ5歳よ。まだ学校のことを考えなくてもいいわ。
でも他のみんなは。
あの子たちは将来家を継ぐものだから、両親の期待通りに動くしかないのよ。
じゃあお母さんは？私に何を期待してるの？
私は。
An, who was usefully so calm and composed, glanced down at the basket in her hands. She gently stirred the fruit inside, and her expression softened.
あなたが幸せに楽しく生きることを願っているわ。この世界に生まれたことが幸運に思えて、愛に満ちた人生を歩んでほしいわ。
それだけ？
ええ、それだけ。
And lift her gaze to the drifted clouds.
そしていつか愛を守りたいって思うようになったら。
She didn't finish, and back then, Long Yang didn't press. But today, what she left unsaid didn't feel like a secret anymore. It was right there, plain and cruel.
なったら代理者になれというの。
A shrill alarm blared from Frida's comms intermal. Terminal. Why did I say inter? Oh my god. At the same time, the visions around us began to shudder violently.
ファイヤーウォールまた破られちゃった。
I furrowed my brow. I glanced at Long Yang. Her eyes had gone unfocused, seamlessly lost in her thoughts.
分析員、外のロボットがまた暴走し始めたの。早く対処しないと。
The door blew apart. Robots were already charging in. This overlay from the visions making it hard to fight. Long Yang. No response. She just stared at An's image, perfectly still. Fredia, plot the route. Get Marianne on the line. I rushed to Long Yang, grabbed her hand, and hauled her towards the exit. Her eyes were blank, only the golden hue left swirling behind them. I dragged her with me and ran.
ルート計算完了。ああもうこの現像めちゃくちゃ邪魔だよ。とにかくルート通りに進もう。壁とかにはぶつからないから安心して。
As we sprint along the marked route, Marianne calls came through.
旦那様、あなたの予想通り対策はしたのですが、仮想度テクノロジーのファイアウォールはやはり破られてしまって。
Okay, into the past. Okay. She's still not out yet, so it makes sense that they're using this one.
わらわが先導してあげようかしらね。
Okay, let's use this. No, wait.
敵の数が指数関数的に増えてる。
龍か。
分析員、こっちこっち。壁にぶつからないように私が計算したルートを見ながら進んでね。
どんな財も見逃さないものよ。
Every time I use Long Yang now. What the hell has happened? Okay, every time I use Long Yang now, I feel like Life Infinite Sight has got nerfed so much. Oh, I see a mosquito flying around me.
あ、幻影が変わってきてる。
Oh, wait.
さん、体の調子はどう？心覚神経に耐えられなくなったらすぐに来てね。
大丈夫。
That right click saves so much time.
どんな財も見逃さないものよ。ウォーミングアップは十分よ。
I literally have no idea where it's taking me
次の
to.
目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。
このフリティア先生に任せて。
龍か。 その程度みたいね。
Alright.
だいぶ楽になってきたわ。落ち着け。落ち着け。よいしょ。よいしょ。
農園さん、何言ってるの？
いえ、なんでもない。商人。
I swear, this is so satisfying when you use that right click. Instead of doing this, you do this. It feels amazing. Okay.
あらま、えい。 ちょうどよかったね。それ。 勝だったわ。期待通りだったでしょ。
Alright, next stage.
わらわが先導してあげようかしらね。
After this, I think we're gonna be on progress 5. So,
ウォーミングアップは十分よ。
oh my god, the shift is crazy.
次の目標を聞かせてくれないかしら。
幻影が目に残っててなんだかすっごく気持ち悪い。でも敵はちゃんと見えるから大丈夫。
ごめんなさい。私が力をうまく制御できなかったせいで。
いやそんなつもりじゃ。ローエンさんのせいじゃないよ。
それ。
Yeah, she feels very good to play. So it's rewinding the past or something.
なんだ敵の火力が上がったみたい。
きっと学院以外のロボットも火星に来たの。おそらく仮想度テクノロジーの戦闘型もね。ここを抜け出すまでの距離は。
Notice I haven't used any skill at all.
2.5 キロくらい。
えい、ウォーミングアップは十分。面白くなってきたわね。
No skill whatsoever.
まずはわらわが試してみようかしら。
Okay, we should use the skill then. I feel like I got cancelled for some reason. Let's try this again. Yeah, that just looks very satisfying. Where to go? Okay. For some reason, it showed me the line, but for some reason it doesn't make sense.
期待通りだったでしょ。
Also, I didn't click on anything. The moment I hit there, I was like, okay, you're done. On countless sleepless nights, before yet another day of seeing a cutthroat truth of the business world, Long Yang clung to the warmth An has left behind. She was worn down to the bone, but if it were her mother's wish, maybe she could hold on a little longer. That was how she made it this far, by hanging on to the memory of those clear, sunny days. But just moments ago, that warmth has hurdles. Her mother's gentle eyes suddenly looked different.
代理者を安心して道具を任せられる人間を人為的に育てられるとしたら。
The vessel. Was she the vessel? She kept running, but the dots of An's distant space made the way out feels impossibly afar. As she was lost in thought, gunfire cracked ahead. Long Yang jerked sideways on distance, but searing blast was still cutting straight towards her. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped in front of her. An energy shield flared to life from his armored forearm, ringing with sharp impact as it caught the incoming rounds. Your vision overlay is still active.
ええ、そっちのはもう消えたの？
I didn't read that as a question, I read that as an answer. Yeah, can you try to drop yours? As we speak, several combat mechs emerge at the far end of the street. Gun ports along their arms snapped open, unleashing a brutal barrage. I raised my arm and took the fire. Freedia used the opening through the Ember system linked, and locked the mechs down.
ビルまであと1キロだよ。
I looked up. Cathedral Technologies Tower loomed ahead. Straight away up front, we need to sprint.
でも、わらわはまだ。
Sorry about this. Before she could finish, I scooped her up and sprint towards Cathedral Technologies as muzzle flashes slit the street.
分析。もう視界が元に戻ったのなら、わらわみたいな足手まといは放っておいてもいいのよ。
Her words brushed my ear, barely louder than breath. She turned her face away in my arms, her white hair spilling across her cheek. I couldn't see her expression. A burden? Why would you say that?
違うの？じゃあ、どうしてわらわを連れて行くことに執着するの？
After that vision, it felt like a wall has gone up between us again. She slipped back into her guarded self, weighing every word and watching my face. Simple, because our relationship isn't the kind where I can just leave you behind when things get dangerous.
へえ。じゃあ、どんな関係なのかしら。
The kind where we can drop the formalities and just call each other by names. The kind where we have histories, debts, and too much between us to walk away. As I ran, her body bounced in my arms with every stride. But after those words, the tension in her shoulders eased. Slowly, almost without realizing it, she leaned into my chest. I don't know what you saw back there, but don't go making up stories in your head, okay? Otherwise, I might change my mind.
わかったわ。もうこんなこと言わないようにするわ。
On the last stretch to the Cathedral Technologies, the murk in Long Yang's vision began to thin. Luchellian sunlight cut through again, bright and clear.
分析ついたよ。
But the moment she spoke, red infrared beams crisscrossed the area. Alarm wailed. Drones spilled out of the tower in a black swarm, and the Cathedral Technologies combat mechs closed in from every distance.
大変。仮想度テクノロジーがハッキングされちゃってるみたい。
Just then, a figure barreled from into the swarm of machines, dragging a large sword behind her. Combat mechs split under the blade. Wreckage skimmered across the street.
ちょっと派手すぎたかな。っていうかこんなに壊しちゃって本当に大丈夫なの？
Yes, grown-up Freedia or something like that. Okay.
こんな状況だから仕方ありません。住民の被害を最小にできればそれでいいんです。
Alright, that's where we picked off. Like, Marianne and Akezia were together, that's why. Okay. Marianne folded her wings and touched down lightly in front of me. Akezia ran up a beat later with her sword.
あなた神タイミングだったでしょう。
Sooner than I expected. How did you get here so fast?
アルスターのデンドロン近くに残っていた痕跡でソフィーがローズランに戻ったと判断したの。だからあなたの連絡を受けた時はすでに帰る途中だったの。
I swear, every time I look at Akezia's outfit, it feels like it's more of a skin rather than just actual outfit that you're supposed to wear in combat.
旦那様、ファイアウォールの3割ほどがすでに突破されています。何か手を打たない
Although Mary Ann's outfit is okay-ish, but the problem is, her sister Madeline, she gave her a crazy outfit for her for some reason.
兵器庫はまだ無事ですが、このままでは。
Right, let's get to the command room. We'll talk on the move. Marianne led her deeper into the tower. Cutthroat Technology's well-trained security team had things under control, at least for now, and we made our way through the tower smoothly. The moment we step into the command room, the tension of the situation hits like a wall. There weren't many operators. Keystones hammered non-stop and everyone worked at full speed, trying to hold the line against whatever was ripping through the firewall.
マリアン様、やっと来てくれました。状況を報告してください。ファイアウォールの損害が 50% を超えました。A ランク権限の装甲車、小型ミサイルや巡航ミサイルがもうすぐ使われてしまいます。どこを狙っているんですか？名工区に散らばった数カ所以外、すべて本部ビルに集中しています。まずは住民を避難させなければ。
Marianne turned to me, her expression gave.
住民を巻き込むわけには。旦那様、ここの指揮を任せてもいいですか？私は今から避難誘導をしに。
それはダメ。マリアンちゃんはここに残って。分析員、マリアンちゃんだけは行かせちゃダメ。マリアンちゃんさえいれば神の座のハッキングは成功しないんだから。マリアンちゃん、こっち来て。仮想度テクノロジーのファイアウォールに接続したよ。今からマリアンちゃんの顔認証でシステムを強制リセットするの。こっち見て。うなずいて、首を振って、そしてまばたき。
Marianne, do what Fredia says.
はい。キー認証完了しました。統制システムを終了し、リセットプログラムを起動します。
The command room plunged into darkness. Every light cut out at once. A single line appeared on every screen.
リセット中。リセット中。警告。ファイアウォールは攻撃を受けています。陥落ノード数24。警告。ファイアウォールは攻撃を受けています。陥落ノード数393。聞きました。
The count was climbing, but the tension in the room somewhat eased.
ダメ。ハッキングの速度が上がってる。マリアンちゃん、もう一回行くね。はい。
Akizia, get to the Luminia district and start evacuating. I'm going outside to neutralize the assets hitting the tower. Fredia, the firewall is yours.
うなずいて、首を振って、まばたきして。
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Fredia held her terminal up to Marianne with one hand and gave her a thumbs up with the other.
安心して行ってきて。ここはフリティア先生が何とかするから。
分析員、わらわにも手伝わせておくれ。名工エリアの避難の誘導はわらわが担当するわ。紹介はローズランの至るところに信用されているもの。ビルの防衛は戦闘が得意なアカシアさんに任せましょう。あなたは指揮室から指示を出すの。だってエッダとソフィーはまだ姿を現していないでしょ。
That makes sense. But will you be okay on your own?
か弱い女の子と思ってもらっては困るわ。ロボットの 2,3 体くらいどうってことないわよ。
I mean, she got a point. I could actually know how to use her. She smiled. A small flame flared to life in her palm. I look to the others. Our collaboration thus far has already earned Longyang some trust. Acacia was the first to nod. Professor Fredia nodded too. Marianne shook her head, but she blinked. Then she blinked.
首を振ったのはキー認証のためなんです。息はありません。
Alright. Thank you, Longyang. We'll stay in touch in comms. Longyang nodded. Acacia stepped over and gave me a quick kiss before the two of them turned and headed for the door.
マリアンちゃん、これ自分で持ってて。ハッキングの速度が速くなってきてる。何か打開策を考えなきゃ。
Fredia handed Marianne the terminal and stepped up to the control console. Warning banner flooded the screen. The red glow reflected in Fredia's eyes. Her exosuit extended to the set of connectors and hooked into the console. Dozens of small windows appeared across the display. Data torn past in massive streams, and her suit began to emit a low, resonant whine. The Ember system engaged in countermeasures, locking into the supercomputer. Fredia hammered in commands. I couldn't follow most of it, and I wasn't about to distract her.
これは会社の処理能力を利用してるんですか？それじゃファイアウォールは。
The operator hesitated, looked at Marianne.
彼女と分析員は私たちと利害が一致しています。安心して彼女に任せなさい。はい、すみません。少し気になっただけです。
よし、これで処理能力の統合もバッチリ。よくもファイヤーウォールにちょっかい出しやがって。目に物見せてやるんだから。
More interface snapped into place on the console. The whine of the exosuit rose like an engine hitting full throttle.
おバカさん、これでチェックメイトだ。
She slammed the execute command button. The operation center lights snapped back to the full. The compromised nudes count dropped to 0 and stayed there.
成功エリアに到着したばかりよ。避難誘導も始めていないのにもう解決したの？
いや、まだだよ。本部、今の見えた？はい、見ました。夜、始めましょう。わかりました。
Gaulish and Yogur is silent on the channel until now, answering immediately. Yujusil headquarters has been watching this fight the whole time.
成功したよ、分析員。
Her exosuit has been running at full load, venting heat until she was soaked with sweat. Still, she beamed at me, clearly waiting for praise. Let me guess, you hit back, reached the drone system own firewall, and got a read on where its mainframe is.
そう、相手のメインサーバーの座標は何重にも暗号化されてるけど、ゴーシャとヨルちゃんが解析してくれるから、もう安心安心。とっさの思いつきだったけどね。神の座システムが全力で攻めてくる隙を狙ってメインサーバーの位置情報を一瞬だけ暴いたの。そしたら待機中のゴーシャとヨルちゃんも加わって一気に相手を押し切ったんだ。ヨルちゃんたちならメインサーバーの位置なんてあっという間に特定できちゃうんだよね。
I was about to praise her when something we overlooked in the chaos hit me. One question.
いいよ。
Gauss and Yogurt together, are they faster than Edda?
さあ、どうだろう。でも処理速度で考えるなら引けは取らないと思うよ。最悪でも数分遅れるくらいかな。処理能力を統合するのも時間がかかるし、さすがのソフィーでも処理能力で勝負を仕掛けては来ないと思うよ。
I wonder what happened to Sapphire. No sooner has she said it than everything she went sideways. Sensing the pushback, the drone system doubled down, forcing its way into every electronic devices it could reach. Terminals, public displays, even TVs on the streets. Every screen shows the same image, a blood-red background and a six-tailed fox, a silhouette eerie, unnatural. It started out from the display, no movement, no expression, like a god. Then the image tore, buckled, and shattered into the glittering mosaic. Alarm wailed across Luchellian, spilling into every street and ally.
警告非代理者が融合を試みています。融合に失敗しました。排除プログラムを起動。
Okay, give me a moment. Search. Oh, we're gonna use Freedia now. I don't think we're gonna use the others. Okay. Ooh, nice. Let's see.
分析員、さっき神の座のファイアウォールを突破して手に入れた座標なんだけど、海底にある廃鉱山を示しているの。とりあえず経路を調べてみるね。ねえ、彼らは勝率を計算しないの？
I have no idea what I just did. That's not part of her ability. Although if it was an ability, I hope that was a buff. That's something new that she could do. What the hell? Oh! No, I can't run past them, okay. Oh, I thought that. Alright, sure, why not? Okay. I wish I have a better weapon for her though. Damn it! Wait, I didn't realize that. Okay, I ran out of dodge, so that didn't work how I wanted. So Alright, that was really quick, but then it's supposed to be like that. At the shout, Long Yang has let the flames in her palms sputter out. The combat mech has been attacking seconds earlier suddenly went limp, collapsing into scattered piles.
分析員たちが成功したようね。
Relief has barely settled before harsh electronic static pierced the air and into her head. Every screen flared the same vivid red. Hundreds, 10,000s of six-tailed fox stared out in silence, watching over Luchellian. The sight was deeply unsettling. The resident of Luminia district backed away, instinctively crowding behind Long Yang. But Long Yang didn't flinch. Steady and composed, she simply lifted her gaze and met those on her screen.
これが彼女が作ったもの。
She couldn't tell what's on really intended, and with that doubt gnawing at her, she couldn't bring herself to her mother anymore. Still, a sliver of hope refused to die. Maybe she misunderstood her. Maybe Anna never meant to raise her as a vessel. And maybe becoming the throne system chosen operator wasn't so terrible. Maybe her mother had in fact thought her well-being and choosing her for a reason. Chosen her or choosing? Chosen. The thought wouldn't leave her. The more she tried to bury it, the more she knew she needed an answer. If it came from something real, fine. If it didn't, she needed the truth. What she meant to An and why she has been brought into this world at all.
どうすればわかるのかしら。
Oh, her ears and tail disappeared. Okay. She tapped her folded fan against her palm as she paced. Her thoughts snapped to the 3 items at Moonlit Retreat. The access card, invitation, the handkerchief. She must have left them behind for a reason. The invitation has about An's career. The invitation has to be about An's career. Proof of the honor she earned. That left the other 2. One of them had to be tied to the creation she poured her life into.
カードキー。一度老月庵に戻るわ。あなたたちはここを片付けておきなさい。
With that, Longyang set off for the coastal district. As for the 3rd item, the handkerchief, she couldn't spare the intention for it now. Back at Moonlit Retreat, she opened the case and took out the access card. It was the first time she touched it since the drone system activated. She barely held it between her fingers while it flared to life, blue circuitry blooming across its surface.
生体認証を開始します。代理者を確認。接続を承認します。
The voice didn't come from the card, it came from everywhere. Every device in Lucelian repeating in a perfect unison. Longyang glanced down at her terminal. The 6-tailed fox sat at the center of the screen, staring back at her in chilling silence. She flinched and shoved the access card back into the case. Even with her terminal composed, the link comm with Yujija Kyojo was still alive. Hearing his deep, reassuring voice let her breathe again. Longyang, 3D and I are on our way to the supercomputer mainframe at the seafloor mining pit. How are things on your end?
名工エリアの状況は落ち着いたわよね。
You don't seem right. Are you okay?
わらわは。
The words caught her throat. The truth was still too raw, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. After a long moment, she finally spoke again, her voice low and hoarse.
わらわは代理者よ。神の座システムの代理者。
What?
分析員。わらわが権限を手に入れたら、あなたの力になれるかしら。
No, don't even think about it. When we reach the mainframe, we can end this. Don't do anything reckless.
あら。そうかもしれないわね。でも、わらわに嘘をつくほどの神の座システムが一体何なのか、自分の目で確かめたいの。一体何のためにローエンは存在しているのか。分析員、わらわもどうするかわからなくなったわ。
Oh,
引き止め
damn.
てくれる。
Oh, sorry. I thought she finished. Oh, damn. She actually, gone insane. Her voice dropped with each word, lower and lower. Beside me, Fridia's face tightened as she ran. Go!
ちょっと分析員、何言ってるの？ここは止めるべきなんでしょ？なんで行かせようとしてんのよ？
Radio protests burst out over the channel. On the other end, Long Yang fell silent. Only the faint hitch of the ship sob remains. Because Long Yang deserves to know. She has the right to live with her eyes open. She deserves the truth. Once she has it, I trust her to choose for herself. Not let Anne decide what she's supposed to be. That's the Long Yang I know. Strong, brave, and sharp.
分析あなたにはわらわはそんな素敵な人に見えていたの。
Okay, this reminds me of what Goku did to Gohan, putting him in a position that he couldn't really put himself into. Because even though Gohan has the potential, it's kind of reckless of what Goku is doing, even though that's his son. But Piccolo knows him more than Goku. Of course. Oh, by the way, that's from the Cell Saga of if you don't know what I mean. I still owe you a favor, don't I? It's time to pay that back. Go see for yourself. Whatever happens, I'll save you if needed be. I promise.
7800隻の船の弁償でそこまでしてくれるの？
If I say it is, it is.
そう。
After that single word, Long Yang left the channel. No matter how tightly she guarded her heart, Yujita Kyojo's words still slipped through and with them courage. Her Taijijins formed foxtail curls around the terminal. The access card was slot in, held fast as it hummed to life. She sank down against the rosewood cabinet.
検知を開始します。代理者を検知。セキュリティキー認証。クリア。融合プログラムをセットアップ。融合プログラム起動。
She opened her eyes, and every camera on Lucilian fell into her vision. She saw Sophie standing beside the drone system mainframe at the C4 mining pit. An abnormal data conduit was attempting to download the entire drone system. With a single dot, Long Yang cut off the data stream. So this was on stream, power that was almost godlike. She watched Sophie stumble back, collapse to the floor, then scramble up and flee the room. She saw Yujita Kyojo and Freedia break into the mine, pushing towards the chamber that housed the mainframe. And when she saw him, she finally understood the price of integrating with the drone system. 20 minutes earlier, it waded into the silence of space. It gazed fixed on a single point of continent below. In the boundless dark of the network, it lowered its gaze, careful not to startle its prey. At last, the prey lunged at the other hunter. Locked in the struggle, both sides focused entirely on each other. It split off on a sub-route carrying the confinement serum, like the hunter cutting rot from their own wound. It shoved the tainted fragment down the prey's throat. The fight only grew brutal. Neither side realized that, in the chaos, the key to the treasure has already been stolen.
神の座って情報解析システムをできれば丸ごとコピーして私に渡してちょうだい。
Along with the message, coordinates was transmitted to Sophie's terminal. At the moment, Yujita Kyojo and the others has just arrived at the Cathedral Technologies Tower. Far from tree and any other high-density Taijijin's field, Sophie could only receive orders through the one-way channel. She stopped in front of the supercomputer and let that special piece of Taijijin that Eda has given her onto the mainframe casings.
認証中。認証中。非人民、非代理者を検出しました。排除プログラムを開始。
Oh, sorry for skipping over that, but at least she spoke. But the drone system defense were futile. That chunk of Titagens carried Edda's program. It seized the mainframe of the hardware layer, like the Trojan horse of legends, let in and dangerous depth and devastating from the inside. The Purge protocol initiates the guards of our robots. In the blink of the eye, Sophie turned the unthreatening machines into scraps. The intrusion and download continues. Besides the mainframe, Sophie noticed an outdated piece of equipment, more chair than machine.
これが神の座。
Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot. She speaks so slow. She scanned the room. No one else was there. She then raised her head, staring through the ceiling as if she could see Edda beyond the stars. A moment later, she took a seat at the throne. In the throne, the brain-computer interface probe pressed to the base of her skull, seeking a connection.
非代理者による接続を検知拒否します。しましましま
Under Edda's intrusive program, the firewall was brute force again, right in the hardware. In an instant, Sophie was able to connect to the throne room. The connection lasted only a heartbeat. The link snapped and she was thrown out, but in that split second, she realized she was now held. She had never been in this close, so close that it was almost within reach. Everything that has cost her since Yira's deception, betrayal, sacrifice. If only it meant sacrificing herself, she wouldn't hesitate, but she didn't believe she had the right to sacrifice others. Leosha, Elena, and the list that never seems to end. She would carry those sins herself. The price of stealing Spring of Paradise from the gods' arms was hers to pay. She had whispered those names in prayer more times than she could remember. Living hurt more than dying. To live was to take responsibility. To live, to press on and carry the pain. But at least it was finally within reach, right beneath her. She had to take the entire system with her. In that brief instance, connection to the system, she seen Uchita Gyujo closing in on the location. She needs real capacity, somewhere to hold the system. Nothing suited it better than Titagen. She lifted a piece of Titagen from the mainframe. The intrusion program halted at once. She wrapped her arms around that piece of Titagen. Dissolve, convert. Pain so fierce. It left like nerves, were peeled apart, then fused back into pieces. But she held on as she were holding Elena, as if she could hold every innocent's life lost because of her. She smiled, tightening her arms until they shook. Her body wouldn't stop trembling. It felt as if she was being split open, then crude kneaded into her another shape.
早く分析員が来る前に早く
She couldn't wait for her body to be ready. Fighting through the pain, she reached her hand laced with Titagen and pressed it into the throne system mainframe. Data surged into her hand in a crushing wave, tearing through her like seawater pouring over the sinking hull. But no matter how it hurt, she couldn't pull her hand away. At last, with opposing forces wrenching inside her, Sophie forced herself upright. Her body began to steady. She's done it. The mainframe cooling fans howled, and the transfer was nearly complete. Then, without warning, the mainframe cut her off. Frowning, she reached out again. A vast eye fixed on her. An instant later, her consciousness was wiped clean. Sophie froze where she stood. Moments later, she pulled the syringe Edda had given her from the coat and drove it into the mainframe. There was three-phase collagens? Titagens in a raised locked resonance configuration. Once activated, Titagens arranged in this pattern enter periodic in-phase oscillations. The fragmentation phase and energy phase collapse back into the material phase, releasing energy that drives the next resonance cycle. The process then propagates like a chain reaction, spreading outward until no nitrogens remain within range to respond. She drove the plunger all the way down. The syringe built-in mechanism triggered the first reaction, and then the vibration began to travel into the molecule to molecule. To the naked eye, nothing changes, but among the drone system's outer edge, a dull gray veil began to form, creeping inward. Okay. Oh, there are 3 battles. Okay, that's good. Wait, I thought I killed 3. Ow. It's so cramped using her abilities around. Oh god. Wait, I can't hide? How do I cover? Okay, I took too much damage. Hold on. Wow, this is the first time we had to do cover for once. Oh wait, I don't think the cover works. No, the cover doesn't work. I don't know what happened. There's no cover button, but you could jump for some reason. Odd. Alright, what else? Oh, that didn't kill? Alright. Wait, hold on. There we go. Oh my god. There we go.
フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ。
I didn't expect myself to take a lot of damage. Oh, these are new. I need to charge my stamina or something. Damn, she used a lot of stamina when I do this. I think I need another weapon for her because it will reduce the stamina a lot more. Wait, I didn't kill her? Oh, we're on a train or something. Okay, those are annoying. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Wait, there's a... Oh my god. Oh, I had to kill 2 more, that's why. Alright. Okay, there we go. That took a lot of time, though. Yep, there's more, riding... Okay, I missed for some reason. I don't do enough damage. So much. Hold on. Maybe I'll hide from here or something. There we go. Here we go. 2 more. Oh my god. Take cover first. Get some stamina back. I don't have to worry about that now.
機にぶつかったみたいだ。隠れた。
Nice. That one was clean. I was there, almost. Oh, nice. We're at the end.
どう？プリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ？
Yeah, that was not bad. Oh, now we're playing with Kezia and
仮想
Marianne.
度テクノロジーの重要設備はすべてオフライン状態に切り替えました。ですが一部は乗っ取られています。ならどうすべきか分かってるよね。全部片付けるよ。あなたとフリティアの邪魔はさせないよ。
Oh, she's using her older voice. Oh, by the way, the weapon I'm using is... I think it's a 4-star or a 3-star or something. I'm not using the 5-star. They're giving you the trial version.
あなた、こいつら全員。
I guess it makes you want to play longer. That's why I was having a hard time playing with Freedio. I haven't played with Freedio for quite some time.
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず一回セーブしようか。一つたりとも見逃しませんよ。よし、開発費の回収完了。
Her support skill is really good, but then the way how it's used is so distracting. That's the best answer I could give.
メインサーバーは見つかりましたでしょうか。安心して。分析員が一緒なんだから。
Dodge those in some way. Oh. I guess we're supposed to attack those because they waste stamina just running. Unless I can't really take those down. Yeah, I can't take those down.
任務達成だね。
I can't waste time on those either.
とりあえず
But yeah, look, the stamina wears you off
レルゲーだね。
when there's enemies around. I think it's done that
HP が全
purposely.
回復したよ。
Oh my god, there's a lot.
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Ow!
よし、開発費の回収完了。あなたが好きならよかったわ。
I have to say, that thing is really annoying. I hate those the most. Okay, back to the story. Long Yang's voice vanished from the opening channel right then. Freedia and I researched the seafloor mine. We followed the abandoned mine train tracks deeper inside and quickly arrived at the extraction pit. It was dark, except for the faint glow given off by the crystals embedded in the rocks. Freedia kept pace beside me, her brow furrowed. She hesitated for a long moment before she finally spoke.
分析員、ローエンさん、本当に大丈夫なのかな？
Don't worry, I said I'd save her. You know I never make a promise I can't keep. You're a smart Freedia, Professor Freedia. You can figure out how to optimal host use the drone system, right?
確か物質層から情報層への転換、 アンはブレインマシンインターフェースでそれを実現しているはず。ブレインマシンインターフェースを通して使用者は神の座とコード融合し、その性能を最大限発揮できるようになるみたいなことも言ってたよね。物質層と情報層の転換によって自我をアップロードしたのなら、ルーエンさんの意識は今情報層の次元にあるんだと思う。
And going by what we've seen so far, the state like that has to be reversible. So
そうなれば一刻も早くメインサーバーへ急がなくちゃね。
right, stay close. We quicken our pace. The deeper we ran into the mine, the more the place started to feel like a lab. The transport pipe overhead and along the walls has been repurposed into a liquid cooling lines. By tracking them, it was easy to tell which way the mainframe was. After countless turns, a large glass-like tube came into view. Something's off. It feels like something's spreading. A pale gray-white bled into the blue coolant, a color that didn't belong there. Against the drone system, hulking like black bulk, it stood out even more.
ソフィーよ、もうここに来ていたわ。
Long Yang voice came into my terminal, cool and leveled. It was hard to connect to the woman who always wore an elegant smile. Long Yang, how are you holding up?
わらわは無事よ。メインサーバーに何かを注入されて、今の神の座システムは物質状態に変わりつつあるの。
Don't worry, I'm getting you out of there.
中は危ないわ。先にメインサーバーを破壊するのが先決よ。
I promise I'd come for you, and I will.
あの約束は気にしなくていい。
分析員、ルーエンさんの様子なんだか変じゃない？
Sorry for skipping through it. She takes too long, although that was probably me going as fast as possible. No time to dwell on it. Sophie was here. The fragmentation data space is collapsing into the material phase fast. We're running out of time. Frida, can you get inside? Can you get me inside?
ちょっと調べてみるね。
Frida exosuit lit up and swept the lag instruments in a rapid scan.
よし、これがブレインマシンインターフェースだね。ちょっと待ってて。これで問題なし。
I hurried to the seat beside Frida and grabbed the connector.
ちょっと待って、なんか変なの。
Her exosuit was still synced to the brain-computer interface. She stared at the Ember system console and her expression grew graver by the second. Okay, that was a very long word for wait.
分析員、これってスーパーコンピューターの処理能力が物質層に変化してるの。もし完全に物質化するまで中から出られなかったら。
I glanced down at the connector in my hand. Frida caught my hand in both of hers.
ダメだよ。さすがに危なすぎるって。タイタン物質の中に意識を閉じ込められてしまったら私でも助けてあげられないよ。
Then I'll be back before it gets that far. Long Yang is in that very danger right now. I'm not leaving her in there, and you're not that kind of person who would either. Even if we didn't know her. Even if we were just strangers willing to sacrifice herself to save Luchellian, we'll still get her out. Right?
そりゃそうだけど。
Let me try. Track my position and mark a route back to the exit for me. I held out my hand and let the connector white fibers climb onto my skin, spreading across the back of my hand until they form a thin, moss-like mat. Then I look at Frida in the eyes. She clenched her jaws, but she still couldn't bring herself to make that decision.
もう ルートをマークしておくから、ルート通りに進んで目印をたどれば無事に戻れるから。
Alright.
あと、ローエンさんは別の入り口でメインサーバーに入ってるみたい。
Okay, now I'm just reminded right now, once I look at Fredia's outfit, it feels like Tong Tong's outfit, but much more revealing. And I don't mind it.
つまり、連れて帰らなくても、彼女に入った場所から出てもらえれば OK ってわけ。わかった？
Got it. Before I could say anything else, Fredia pushed me back into the chair wired to the brain-computer interface. She leaned it, pecked me on the lips, and pressed a quick kiss to my forehead.
助けてあげてきて。道に迷ったら、フリティア先生が助けてあげるから。
She took my hand and smothered the interface filament, pressing down flesh against my skin. I didn't even have time to answer before my consciousness sank into the endless sea. Yuji Takijo sat in the chair. His consciousness already streamed through the brain-computer interface and into the mainframe. Fredia swallowed hard. She linked in through the Ember system and quickly pinpointed Yuji Takijo's current position. The conversion to the material phase has only just begun. The Ember system immediately mapped out the countless escape routes out of the data space. But the process kept accelerating. It started at a single point and spread outward, and the conversation from front widened by the second. At the same time, as if something from another dimension were bleeding through, gray voids began opening at random across the data space. There were null zones, pockets of the true nothingness inside the data space, where even zero did not exist. Fredia's breath quickens. Then it hits her. She wouldn't even have time to panic.
落ち着いて、落ち着いて。
She slowed her breath, trying to ease her heartbeat. It didn't work. Sweat slid down her skin, and her heat built inside her exosuit.
ダメ。このまま待ってちゃ。
In a flash, she saw the real problem. Null zones have no patterns. They appear at random. If one closed over their entry point, Yuji Takijo's consciousness would never make it back to his body. She has to do something. She couldn't just wait and pray the worst will hold off a little longer. She reached for the interface. The Ember system and the nerves beneath her skin linked into the drone system. Visual feed surges through the interface and back into the real world, pulling her body's psychological signals within it. The giant eyes suspended high in the sky, fixated in the gaze on her. Rendered data overlapped with the null zone at the edge of her vision. Far off, a gray stain was spreading. It felt like two voids touching. At the point of the contract, the gray began to leak into the real space. Fredia noticed it. She calculated the location to the nearest null zone and headed straight for it. As she moved, the Ember system was already modeled the null zone's seep stage and expansion. She gave her the earliest and latest time the entry point could be sealed.
侵食は思ったより早い。このままじゃ。
She gritted her teeth and forced herself closer to one of the null zones. A faint pull tugged at her, trying to draw her in, to swallow her and make her part of it. She backed off to a safer distance and sent the command to the Ember system, but she was far from entry point now, and the response took too long to return. When it finally came back, it included a slice of Ember processing power. She split off and fed it to the null zone edge. The null zone immediately began to creep towards the bait, a dense chunk of compute. In exchange, the spread along the other edge slowed. It only slackened.
これならいけそう。いやでも、これだけじゃ間に合わない。
To steer every null zone away from the entry point, she needed an enormous amount of compute space, and she had to keep recalculating their real-time spread. The numbers were obscene. The Ember system couldn't handle it, no matter what she tried.
そうだ。
She turned and sprint back to the entry point, then pulled herself back into the real world. She pulled up the Ember system operation hub. Hundreds of thousands of nudes were lit, and the counters were still climbing. Each nudes were active terminal. Each device has their connections to the Ember system. If she borrowed a tiny slice of processing power from each one, it would be enough. She could bypass every terminal firewall and take in what she needed. In seconds, she could finish writing the program that would quietly crack the highest level of access. But as her fingers hovered over the sense key, she hesitated. Her mind leaped ahead. If she even came to light, her career in science would be over. And she wouldn't be the only one to pay. Her advisor would be dragged down with her. Her alma maters will be pulled through the mud. The summit she had dreams of for years would be forever out of reach. Even if nobody ever found out, she wouldn't continue her research. That would be the line she refused to cross as a scientist. And Yuji Takujo couldn't agree with it either. Getting the right results the wrong way was not something he ever approved of.
落ち着いてフリティア。もっと考えて、もっといい方法があるはず。時間はまだ間に合う。1分だけでいいから。
She stamped her foot, tapped into the lab's camera, and pushed the comms request for every terminal connected to the Ember system.
ローズランの住民の皆さん、そして火種アプリを利用している皆さん、私は火種アプリの開発者フリティア博士。どうか私の話を聞いてください。とっても大事なお願いがあります。ローズランは今大きな危機に直面しています。その危機を解決するためにローズランを洪水から救ったあの分析員とローズラン商会のローエンさんが今命の危険にさらされています。先ほど起きてた異変には皆さんも気づいていると思います。今それが収まっているのは私たちが一時的に食い止めているからです。今だからお願いです。皆さんの端末から処理能力を少しでもいいからどうか私に貸してください。私たちにとってとっても大事なことですから。
Again, my apologies. I thought she finished that.
処理能力を貸してもらっている間、皆さんの端末が重くなったりするかもしれません。でもそれで被った損失は全て我々ユグドラシル社が責任持って保証します。どうかお願いします。
When she finished, she pushed her record video out through the Ember system to every connected terminal. Her other hand stayed posed over the send key into the intrusive program. Time was running out. If she could have gathered enough processing power, she would have hesitated again. Not a single nude lit up. Waiting for the worst part, every single stretched out, gathering the message through the playing the video, making a choice. Meanwhile, at Moonlit Retreat, Cersei saw video's video and instantly went into panic mode.
これってローエン会長が危機にあって部長が助けに行ったってこと部長が危ない目にあったらフリディアさんが処理能力が欲しいって言ってた。
She bolted into her room and dragged out a portable terminal, her comms terminal, a backup terminal, every device she could find.
了承了承了承ロ うしてもっと借りないの？これだけじゃ足りるわけないじゃない。
Then she dashed into Long Yang's room and scooped up the little robotic fox.
大丈夫ですよ。後でご褒美にシステムをアップデートしてあげますから。
She proved access to the little fox processing power too. Two. Still not enough. She had to do more.
そうだ、リュウさんたちなら。リュウさん、聞こえますか？リュウさん、火種システムから通知が来ませんでしたか？分析員とローエ会長です。そのまま通知の了承をタップしてください。
あららら、それは大変じゃない。でもそれじゃあおばさんの端末はどうなっちゃうの？まさか使えなくなったりしないよね。負担してくれるユゴドラシル社って外国の会社って聞いてるけど本当？
安心してください、リュウさん。分析員はユグドラシル社から来たすごい方なんです。すごく大きい会社で必ず負担してくれるんです。
それってもしかしてこの間洪水を防いでくれたあの方？
そうです。
それを早く言いなさいよ。今すぐ了承するわ。
リーさんとチョンさんは今ご一緒ですか？そばにいるなら二人にも伝えてくれませんか？
もちろんよ。安心して任せておきなさい。ローエンさんは私たちのために働いてくれているものね。みんなで守るわよ。
Okay, we're almost done. That's pretty fast, but then I want to make it a bit faster. A suffocating weight settled over her. It was denser and more sluggish than any fragmentation space she had ever known. Information that should have flowed like tides was dropping instead, collapsing in on itself and hardening into something heavy and solid. As danger crept closer, Long Yang accepted it with a quiet calm. Pain, fear, hesitation, every motion dinned out, washed away by a single overwhelming spell that swallowed everything in its path.
神になるのはこんな感じなのね。
Sophie's intrusion has forced the drone system to temporarily relinquish control over the machinery across the city. But as the optical host linked in, the complete drone system, now Long Yang, began to rebuilding herself piece by piece. Her access level kept climbing exponentially. Every camera and scanner became her eyes. Every street and back alley in Lucilian lay exposed beneath her gaze. Every machine became her limbs, her body, and even in the city built in a technology, she was omnipotent. Force was no longer necessary. Running thousands, then 10,000s of threads at once felt as easy as breathing. Across hundreds of thousands of live feeds, Long Yang saw everything. Civilians caught in the chaos, damaging buildings, and faces twisted with fear and confusion. A moment later, all the robots across the city suddenly restarted. Machines that had been running berserk just moments before snapped into order. If an unseen hand has resetted their protocol, they moved their purpose now, clearing debris, carrying the injured, and evacuating civilians to safety. People stare at the orderly formations of robots, too stunned to speak. None of them notice the six-tailed fox on the screens has quietly grown 3 more tails. Lucilian was was returned to the way it was meant to be, just as An has planned it. An has known from the start a child raised with love would stand with humanity, and she would make it the right choice the moment she became part of the throne system. Only then did Long Yang understand why she was born, and that her mother love had never been without a purpose.
お母さんは寝る前にお話を読んでくれて、美味しい料理を食べさせてくれた。
お母さん、お母さん。
はいはい、もうすぐできるわ。お手手はちゃんと洗った？
She was still bouncing in place, flickering water from her tiny fingers, when a bowl was set in front of her. Iced jelly sticks with chili oil, sesame scattered all over the top. I thought she's gonna say mite, mite. A taste she has already forgotten. Even the warmth of her mother whipped her mouth with a handkerchief felt distinct now.
焦らずにゆっくり食べてね。
辛いよ。
Because of the chili oil.
じゃあこれを飲んで。
Coconut milk? A bowl of chili sugar cream water. Ah, okay. Cool on the tongue with a soft sweetness.
お母さんから期待されたものは簡単だった。あなたが幸せに楽しく生きることを願っているわ。この世界に生まれたことが幸運に思えて、愛に満ちた人生を歩んでほしいわ。
Because once she stepped into that path, she would no longer be able to feel love. For a moment, Long Yang almost felt graceful for her transformation. Perhaps this too was mercy. Because she could no longer feel pain. She could not feel the pain of losing the ability to feel pain. There was only one regret. The words she's wanted to say to Yuji Kyojo, she would never get the chance. And just as she realized she was no longer a body presence spreading through the system, her existence drawing inward, condensing around the core. Long Yang! Long Yang! He was calling for her. His voice rang clear in her ears. It only lasted a heartbeat, but a sight of him running towards her, still stirring something that in that silent sea.
分析どうしてここに。
Before that last trace of perception slipped away, Long Yang asked a question. In the next instant, even the ripples he caused were swallowed by the endless swell. Because I promised you.
でもその時、ソフィーはまだ神の座に手を出していなかったもの。それに言ったでしょ。あの約束は気にしなくていいわ。
Mother's love wasn't real. Everything I've been chasing all this time, it wasn't real. So if that promise isn't real either, that's fine.
分析ここから出してあげるわ。ここは危険よ。
What about you?
わらは
What did me even now, Long Yang, or the throne room? She asked herself silently.
完全に物質化するまでローズラン全域の状況を把握し、あなたを手伝うわ。ソフィーの妨害がなければ、わらわにはエッタと対抗する力があったのに。
No, you shouldn't have do that. You shouldn't have to do that. You ask why I came. Yes, there was our promise, but more than that. I came for you, Long Yang. for who you are, for this strong, brave woman who never turns away when someone needs help. Hold on to me. Like someone drifted at sea, finally. Like someone adrift at sea, finally finding driftwood, she felt aboard, warm hands close around her forearms, steady as an anchor. There he was, right in front of her. No hesitation, no second thought, just as he promised. As if it was the most natural thing in the world. The warmth of him lit up the dim space. In that light, the noise of the data softens and fell away. Without thinking, she reached out and touched that light. It felt familiar, like she'd done it before.
でもこの世に本当にこんな人がいるのかしら。ねえ、手相を見せてちょうだい。今の話が本音かどうか確かめさせて。そういえば、あの時も心を震わせる物語をたくさん見た気がしたわ。
Be sincere. Oh wait, I think this is her speaking. And once she's been the one held in the warmth of his sincerity.
なぜわらわに説明するのかしら。
Because you've been helping me even without knowing what you were stepping into. I can't keep leaving you in the dark. That would be a lousy way to repay your goodwill. And to be clear, I didn't intend to hide anything from you. I just haven't had the chance to explain it.
わらわは別にそんなつもりで協力していたわけでは。
I know. You never lend a hand for free. Let's call it that then. Simple, because our relationship isn't the kind where I can just leave you behind where things get dangerous.
へえ。じゃあ、どんな関係なのかしら。
The kind where we can drop the formalities and just call each other by name. The kind where we have histories, debts, and too much between us to walk away. The kind of sincerity outweighs any fortune. If you still can't find a reason to live, then let me be one. Come with me and let's get out of here together. Didn't you say you wanted to see spring come back to Lucelian?
まったく、あんな適当な言葉まで覚えているだなんて。
And what she glimpsed in her of his past is almost felt as if she stared in the warmth of his protection too. She knew it was only an echo, but she still wanted to believe it. And then there was everything after she met him, all the small amount of kindness that tugged at her heart.
借りがあるなら返すのが義理。少なくとも彼の気持ちだけは裏切りたくないわ。
In an instant, something sealed tight inside her torn open. Everything she locked away surged through the break, lifting her and pulling her free of the thread that has been binding her. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She couldn't hear what Yuji Takujo was saying either. So even they understood each other clearly, wordlessly. The love between them surged through every thread at once, impossible for Long Yang to ignore, until it was filled with emptiness in her heart.
聞こえているわ。分析。わらわは今日からあなたのものよ。
A force she couldn't resist caught her and tore her free of that dark sealed space. Held in his warm embrace, they raced towards the boundary between consciousness and reality. His voice was gentle in her ear. At that moment, more than 30 kilometers from the seafloor mine, the city center teetered on the edge of another disaster. Without warning, a colossal fox-shaped phantomized materials above the street. Gray-blue light ran along the outline, a translucent body spamming an entire block. A rose magenta eyes had no life, no life, no light. It lowered its head, gazing down at the people below as it searched for. Okay, we're almost done. Minutes earlier, inside the lab at the seafloor mine, Radio's fingers hovered over the send key, a breath away from pressing it. I just realized, I think the fox is much larger than the whale. That's crazy. Just when she had finally given up and braced herself for the consequences, she felt processing power up begin to flow in. At first, it was trickle, feeding into the Ember system's core. Then the trickle became a flood. Terminal after terminal opened up, leading her their spare capacity and routing it into the system. Her exosuit allows draining wine as the load surging through it. She didn't waste a second. Her fingers flew across the console, firing off commands as fast as she could type. The Ember system gathered the borrowed capacity, shaped into the virtual streams, and routed them exactly where she needed them. The first deployment laid off the data barrier, serving as a fire break. Now came to the real problem. Steering the null zone, redirecting their spread into the barrier and away from the exit zone route. At the same time, she had to stay ready for new null zones to bloom without warning, tracking and intercepting them with the instant they form. Under normal conditions, she would have written the programs to manage everything. That was the clean way, but there was no time. So she became the program herself. She ran her mind in like a machine, iterating through each dot thread and pulling its state in a sequence. Computing the next move, choosing the optimal path, commit the decision, execute, repeat. It was the most efficient orchestration she could sustain on nothing but her own brain. Then the heat started to climb. Her exosuit was a compute hub, the nudes carrying over that borrowing the processing power, and it began to strain. Some processing unit overheated under the situation loaded. The thermal throttle began to fail, and then one by one, dropping offline. The streams of borrowed compute stopped growing. No new terminals joined in. With that, the shared pool began to break apart, graying out as it bleaked back into the data space. She furrowed her brow and took the decision-making into herself, reserving what compute remains for raw calculations. This caused the strain on her brain to spike again. Still, she didn't stop. In the data space, the route guiding Uchida Kyujo stayed bright and steady, a beacon that refused to dim. It was a world drained of color. On the way, the data space hadn't been like this. Now everything was turning gray. A wide road stretched ahead, a guiding light glowing beneath it, like a channel carved through an ocean, a tore along it at full speed. Longyang has already left through her own entry point. I had to get out before the gray void swallowed mine. The route twisted and double-checked back again and again, but the guiding line never went dark. It should have been engulfed by the waves of crushing gray, but somehow it remained intact. As I ran, the gray began to thin. Closely to entry points, I looked back. Behind me, the gray rolled in like the tsunami that was smothering Lucelian sky a week earlier. Finally, the exit came into view. I lunged through and slammed back into the real world. When my eyes opened, Freedia was on the floor, hunched over the Ember System console, still forcing herself to keep going. I scooped her up in my arms, and for a moment, I didn't even notice her fingers already off the key. She kept tapping at empty air in the dull, mechanical rhythm. She stared at me, unfocused. The sparks that usually radiate in her eyes was gone. Freedia. She clenched her head, her face twisted with pain. I supported the back of her head. Closed my hands around her trembling fingers and pulled against my shoulders, wishing I could take it for her. With my own hands, I tore off the exosuit overheated extensor modules. The smell of the scorching insulated hit me for once. The Ember System has fried itself. Her glutamate level were dangerously high. Sirius has explained it once. Glutamate is the brain primary excitatory neurotransmitter. In excess, it can trigger excitotoxicity, neurons overstimulated to the point of irreversible damage. Freedia. Well, I've been inside the drone system pulling Longyang out. Freedia has been out here quietly holding everything together. That's winding road I escaped along wasn't luck. She carved it out with intelligence and pain. I had taken far more than I could see. Every time I needed her, though, she would only ever say,
Freedia 先生に任せて。
Guilt sat heavily in my chest as I used titrages to remove excess glutamate in her brain. I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd done for me. She led the design of almost every exosuit in the field. Wherever I needed her, she was there. And I never truly understood the technical side of any of it. Anything that demands that level of expertise always ended up on her shoulders. Freedia. I said it softly. Her eyes flutter open. Easy. No more thinking. It's over. I'm fine. Long Yang's fine too. Can you get up?
もうちょっと休ませて。動いたらめまいが。やっぱり頭が。
Freedia, I'm sorry.
なんで急に謝んの？
I just want to thank you for everything you've done for me. And this time, you lost the Ember System, didn't you?
火種システムなんかより分析員の方がずっと大事だもん。
I know how much you wanted to go to this year's summit. Your advisor handed the invitation herself. The Ember System was supposed to be your showcase.
そりゃそうだけど。でもいいんだ。 技術は人の幸せのためにあるんだし、技術を出し惜しみしてルーエンさんを見殺しにしちゃったら本末転倒でしょ。それに仮に閉じ込められたのがルーエンさんじゃなくて一般人だったとしても、ヘイムダルなら助ける。たとえ火種が壊れても、サミットに出られなくなっても、頭がバカになっても。
Pride?
なんか頭が回らなくなった気がしたから。ルート計算で酷使しすぎて、フリティア先生の賢い大脳、今ジンジンとしてるんだ。
That's your gluttonate levels crashing. You're not allowed to get fried. I'll get you the best neurologist there is. You're my Professor Fredia after all.
もう人がまだ休んでるのに、もうこき使うつもりなの？分析員、気が早すぎでしょ。結構頑張ったんだから、まずは何かご褒美をちょうだいよ。
Absolutely, whatever you want. I meant it. In that moment, there was nothing I wouldn't have done for her. But she simply opened her arms.
じゃあ、ハグで。分析員のハグ一つで、フリティア先生は全回復しちゃうんだ。
I pulled her close and kissed her.
フリティア先生の胸に圧迫されて息苦しいんでしょう。
I knew she was trying to cheer me up with a joke. But what I felt was a hot sweat still clinging to her skin from heat fierce enough to fry the Ember System processors. I held her tight. Her body slowly grew heavier in my arms.
眠い。ちょっと寝てもいい？本当に眠たくて。
Go ahead. I've got you. Exhaustions claimed her almost immediately. I lifted her and broke into a run towards moonlit retreat. Soon after, just as I was about to turn into Chongfu Street, a sleepy voice came from my arms.
ねえ、ルーエンさんってヘイムダルに入るの？
When did you wake up?
途中で起きちゃった。でも、もうちょっとこのままでいたい。
Sure. Stay in my arms.
これだけじゃよ。どうせこの後、ルーエンさんとキスとかするんでしょ。
She slipped an arm around my neck, stole a quick kiss, then slid out of my arms.
私の方が先。よし、行っていいよ。
Longyang didn't know how much time has passed before she became aware of her body again. She pushed herself beside the rosewood cabinet and nearly crumpled. Her limbs felt boneless. She couldn't muster even a trace of strength, as if some of her power had blown away. Maybe it was the aftershock of leaving the throne system. But that didn't matter at the moment. Because right now, her heart wanted one thing, and she needed to see Yujita Kijo. She couldn't wait to return his love, to feel more of it, and to remember what it meant to live as a person. Gritting her teeth, Long Yang braced herself against the furniture and the inner pillars, inching towards the doorway one step at a time. Before she could reach it, she hurried footsteps echoed down the alley outside. Her heart leaped with excitement. She pushed the door open, and there Yujita Kijo was, exactly as he promised. Long Yang, are you okay?
わらわは大丈夫よ。
The words had barely left her mouth when her strength gave out all at once. Her knees buckled and she sank towards the cold stone floor. But the impact never came. Her arms caught her and drew her into the strong, warmth embrace. For a moment, all she could feel was Yujita Kijo, his warmth, the reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat. A thought slipped through her mind. This must be what happiness feels like. Her eyes locked on his face, the face of the man who would risk his life to pull back from the brink. Is all of this real? It feels too good to be true. The doubt rose unbidden on Long Yang's heart. So she reached up, her fingertips trembled as they traced her brow, brushing the corners of his eye, slid down the bridge of his nose, and stopped the faint curve of his smile. Touch wasn't enough. She needed something stronger, something she couldn't doubt. This time, she didn't hesitate. She did the only thing she wanted to do right then. She cupped Yujita Kijo's face in both hands, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips to his. A kiss. She poured everything she had into it, as if she was afraid time might run out. As if all the words she had never been able to say has finally found somewhere to go. A kiss with a weight of lifelong promise. When their lips met, softness and the heat intervened, and the world fell away. Her breathing came apart, her heartbeat roaring in her eyes. She clung to him, kissing him again and again until the warmth of him left no room for doubt. Only now she truly believed this wasn't a dream. In that moment, in Yujita Kijo's kiss, she understood what her life was meant to be. Not to be a vessel, not to be a god, just to be herself, alive, burning and held in his arms. Then it was settled. From now on, she would live for Yujita Kijo, stay by his side whenever he went. At last, she found the words for her utmost honest confession.
分析わらわは好きよ。今の言葉聞こえたかしら。
Loud and clear. At that, the beautiful woman in my arms let out a soft, silvery chuckle, full of her usual grace and allure. And when she still hadn't let go after a long moment, Frida planted her hands on her hips and shot us a look full of weary disbelief.
分析もういい加減にして。
Her teasing finally made Long Yang self-conscious. Cheeks warmed, she eased herself out of my arms. But the instant she straightened, an eerie flare erupted from the coast. The phantom outline of the six-tailed fox appears, rapidly solidified.
分析あそこを見て様子が変だよ。
From countless drift interface, star beams streams of data pouring upward, like meteors flying in reverse. They surge into the sky, assembling like a godlike form. First a spine, then a limb, then a head. An eerie pair of rose magenta eyes snapped open. The fox touched down, the ground shuddered. That has to be the drone system materializing in physical form. Let's move. We need to get there before it causes more damage. Alright, now for the boss fight.
が先導してあげる。それ。臨界を焼き尽くす。
I played this in a neuro simulation. My god damn, it's really hard to deal with in the last phase. I waited just in case. I'm not using Freedia because she does chaos damage. I don't think it's enough to do. I think I cancelled my ult. I think I cancelled my final damage there. This part was annoying because it did so much damage to me. And phase, well, yeah, it was like level 5 or something like that. Level 4 was also annoying. Yeah, this is a very long fight. I thought we were gonna get a ending animation to this, but sad to say, we got 3 animations so far. The six-tailed fox threw back its head and let out a sheer howl. Its eyes turned blood red. Its whole body trembled. 6 eyes slashed wildly behind it. 6 tails. I don't mean 6 eyes, sorry. The 3-phase coagulant has given it a form of a divine fox, but it was a shell with nothing inside, no mind, no will, no thought. It has only one purpose, to devour Long Yang, the drone system vessel. It dropped low, claw digging into the dirt as it coils to strike, teeth gritting with a dry, ugly scrape. Without hesitation, it sprang straight in at Long Yang. I hook an arm around Long Yang's waist and pull her clear to the sweep leap to the side. The strike sliced through the empty air. I lifted a hand. Before I could deliver the finishing blow, Long Yang reached up and stopped me.
待って、分析員。それはわらわに任せてもらってもいいかしら。
The fox was already gathering itself for another pounce, but a fierce snarl didn't scare Long Yang in the least. Her eyes were calm, almost peaceful, with a faint hint of wistfulness beneath.
彼女の作ったものを この手で終わらせて。自由になりたいのよ。
She didn't refer to a woman as mother or even aunt anymore. Maybe she just needed time to untangle what she felt. Sure, although, mind if I help?
あらら、わらわがヘマしちゃいそうだからフォローしようとしているの？
You can put it that way.
まあせっかくの機会だし、分析員の腕たっぷり見させてもらうわ。
Light flare from our palms, spilling together and swelling. I steadied Long Yang's hands. Between us, a massive sphere of energy slowly took shape.
こんなに大きな狐火は今まで一度も。
Alright, let's see. Ah, okay. I guess I could do this on my YouTube post whenever I find like more I could upload. It's okay. I've got you. At my reassuring words, she gritted her teeth, found her resolve, and launched the energy sphere towards the drone system. Just as the fox sprang for another attack, the sphere tore straight through its body. The gash began sealing almost instantly, but the hit still knocked the strength out of it. It collapsed with a thunderous clash. The impact rippled outward. Nearby buildings of Lucilian Grove and caved in.
まだ生きているの？
It's made of titan, so it recovers fast, and when I paused, Long Yang looked up, curiosity playing on her face. Fredia bounced over to my side.
それに
And if we break the body completely, the titans within it will disperse and create another problem. Better if I...
ちょっと待った。分析員、まさかこいつを吸収しようとしてるの？プリティア先生は反対だからね。ソフィーに何注射されてるか分かったもんじゃないよ。旦那様。
A clear voice called out from the distance. When I turned, Marianne and Ekeziel were already running towards us.
あなた、みんな大丈夫？あの狐を見かけて急いで駆けつけてきたんだ。
Don't worry, we're all fine.
うんうん。このフリティア先生がついてるしね。まあ、処分の仕方でちょっと手こずってるんだけどね。処分の仕方ですか？
Our eyes turned to the six-tailed divine fox, now fallen to the ground, barely clinging to life.
何かこいつのエネルギーを宇宙に飛ばせる方法はないかな。
I think it was mentioned in the story, but I forgot.
宇宙？そんなのできるはずないんじゃん。
仮想度テクノロジーにならそれができるかもしれません。
Fridia's eyes sparkled and her eyes brightened immediately. Her face brightens immediately.
ええ、海浜エリアには昔に建てられた発射台があります。だいぶ前から使われていないけど、少し整備すればまだ使えるはずと思います。
Marianne glanced at me, uncertain. I gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Fridia could get it running. It's just that she still needs to recover. I shot Fridia a worried look, but she grinned back at me, bright as ever.
大丈夫だって。整備 ーなんてフリティア先生にかかればちょいのちょい。安心して任せて。じゃあエネルギーの誘導は分析員にお願いするね。
Alright then.
エネルギーの誘導ならわらわと関係があるものだから力になれるかもしれないわ。
Marianne, Akizia, can I leave the coastal district civilians to you two? Evacuate everyone to somewhere safe.
ええ、かしこまりました。
任せておいて。
チャージ完了。起動。
Okay. This is very rare, but we don't usually get animations while they're outside of the battle. So this is actually really nice to see once in a while. So I appreciate the devs putting that out there. The drone system energy poured through the launch tower, shooting the straight up through the clouds and racing into the vastness of space. To our surprise, the heat released the process washed over the city in gentle waves. The ice itself, the ice left behind the tsunami, began to melt underneath the warmth, softening into reluflent, that's how you, whatever, reluflents that found their way back to the oceans. Objects trapped in the ice came loose one after another, tumbling down and scattered across the ground. And with the shock from the drone system, three-phase shift on top of it all the Lucilians was a wreck. Even so, it did nothing to dampen the local spirits. If anything, they couldn't resist coming out to watch. At first, it was only a few people, then more gathered, until the entire plaza was packed with excited, cheering crowds. With the crowd gathered, Long Yang stepped to the city to the plaza. Her people from the chambers of commerce were quick on the uptake, bringing over the microphone and speakers.
皆様方、
The plaza fell quiet. Off to the side, Fridia stole a shy glance at me and explained the stumbling over her words.
神の座に入っている間のことをルーエンさんに話したの。そしたら後始末にぜひ協力させてって言ってくれたんだ。
Don't worry about it. It's pocket change to her. Take it as Long Yang's thanks.
皆様方、ローズラン商会のローエンよ。商会から話があるわ。お時間をいただけないかしら。先ほどの危機でお力を貸していただいた皆様方へのお礼として、処理能力の貸し出しで端末が故障してしまったのなら、その端末の買い替えにかかる費用は全額商会が負担するわ。モデルはもちろん最新のもので。ただで最新の端末をくれんの？
ほら、
ぼーっとしてないで。早く紹介に行くよ。
The absurdity generous offer set the World Plaza ablaze. Tears and laughter rolled together into one jubilant roar. When the crowd finally began to drift away, Frida looked over the rumble around us. She let out a long, slow sigh, her expression fallen.
街も散々だね。戦術装備が壊れてなかったら、今頃ロボットにせっせと再建してもらってたのに。
It's not just that, is it? I ruffled her hair, then pulled her into my arms. The exosuit and Ember system can be repaired, but all the data, that will take time to collect again. And the next AI summit won't be for another 7 years. I'm sorry, Frida. She slipped out of my arms, her face tightening as her expression turned serious.
分析員、私に謝るのは違うと思うよ。分析員と火種システム、どっちを助けるかって言われたら、分析員一択に決まってるじゃない。
Before the words has ever even settled, she threw herself back into my arms, her cheeks nuzzled against my chest.
分析員は私の大事な支え。だから絶対に守るの。私のすべてをかけてでも。この約束は絶対だからね。
Alright. I hear you. Thank you, Frida. After I said it, I felt warmth spreading against my chest. Her cheeks must have been red as an apple. At Long Yang's gentle reminder, Frida scratched her head, embarrassed, and slipped over to stand at my side.
邪魔する気はないわ。これからの予定を聞きに来ただけよ。
アンドレオッチ家に泊まりに行くところなんだけど。
今日の話じゃないわ。もっと未来の話よ。
As she spoke, Long Yang opened her folding fans with practical ease, fanning herself lazily while she waited for my answer. Once things are wrapped up here in Lucelian, we'll be heading back to Yggdrasil. Long Yang, will you join Heimdall and become a manifestation?
あら。
Tender affection simmers in her eyes, and faintest smile played at her lips. She already had her answer. She just wanted to tease me a little longer. Huh, and here I thought someone told me from now on I'm yours. Now you're acting like you never said it.
どうしてもわらわに意地悪しなきゃ気が済まないの？エイムダルくらいついていってあげるわよ。
The white-haired woman took my hand, smiling radiantly. Before I realized it, Frida, who'd been right beside me, was gone. I looked around and saw her crouching a short distance away. She was hunched over her terminal, tapping furiously as she ended a message. Oh my god, okay. How many girls are there? 19 at this point? Okay, that's 4. Five. 6. Oh my god, I have not seen that. 7. 8. Marianne is okay with this, so what? I don't think I kill. Three weeks later.
事件の報告書は読みました。すぐにローエンに真核神経の移植手術を行うよう医療部に伝えておきましょう。フリティアも念のため徹底的な脳内検査を受けてください。
大丈夫だよタウさん、もう分析員が手配してくれたから。脳神経が不可逆的なダメージを受けてないから、しっかり休んでちゃんと寝れば治るって医療部の先生も言ってたし。
Then no more late nights. I'll be keeping an eye on you.
別にそこまでしなくたって。待って、それってもしかしてしばらく添い寝してくれるってこと？
Quick as she was, Frida caught my meaning at once, her face turning red as an apple. But we were still in the middle of the briefing with Tao. As curious as she was, Frida bit back her question.
神の座が人間を攻撃した原因は判明しましたか？
それならもう結論出てるよ。暴走してたロボットの行動原理を調べたんだけど、どうやらタイタン物質を検出できない作りになってるみたい。だから体内にほんの少しでもタイタン物質があれば、神の座に非人間と判定されて襲われちゃうんだ。
After the descent, every region has seen Titagen's contamination flares up, big or small. And with the Titagen's tree on top of that, these days it's almost impossible to be completely free of it. For once, even Tal looked shaken by the finding. She went silent for a long moment before she spoke again.
まさかそんな理由だったとは。
Tao and An weren't close exactly, but I could tell Tao felt a quiet regret for An and for the rest of her life's work.
わかりました。事態が無事に収まったようですし、これからおのおの体を休めてください。ローエンさん、ようこそヘイムダルへ。
Long Yang answered Tao with a soft smile, then turned to me. The guarded looks she always wore was gone. Her eyes were clear and gentle now, brightened with hope like spring water after the thaw.
分析員、これからわらわは。
I begin to question how old Long Yang is, because, like, when I look at her, in comparison to Tao, they feel like they're the same age.
あなたについていくわ。
Or, like, within the similar age gap. Okay, we're almost done.
ようやく。
On the barren frontier between Lucilian and Serenia, Sophie trudged on alone, on one solidarity step after another. Slowly, the outline of the tree took shape on the horizon. Her usual composure cracked. She let out a laugh, strange in her own ears, then another until her eyes struck with tears. Sophie has never experienced it to be this easy, to have it all drop into her lap. To reach her final wish, she has painfully played the part of Edda's most devoted believer. She had to take the power of Edda granted her, power as strong as manifestation, but to her, it was still nowhere near enough. That was why she wanted Yuji to Kyujo on her side so badly, if she had him with her. No, none of that matters anymore. Sophie lowered her gaze to her palm. She could see the Taichijins moving beneath her skin. By now, almost all the flesh in her body has been replaced by Taichijins, and the wounds she carried had already needed shut. it wouldn't last. Unlike the adjusted, she had nowhere to rein Taijin in a matter of days. The Taijin in her hold on. Oh. Oh, sorry about that. I've been talking for so long. In a matter of days, the nitrogens in our body will burn off into nothing. But that was enough time, more than enough. Over these few days, Sophie has dismantled the drone system power piece by piece, praying into its inner works. And in doing so, she was astonished by how perfectly the system adapted to the nitrogens. Sophie could only explain as fate. She could never believe in God, but in that moment, it felt as something was guiding her forward. Yes, fate has brought her this far, and now no one could stop her. Humanity was destined to need a savior. If one originally chosen has renounced that power, then...
ならば、私が受け入れましょう。
In an instant, the drone system and the neurotrophic nerves were driven to their limits. The combined strain tore a cry from her. Deep blue light surges through her as the Titagens repelled from her from the inside in a terrifying speed. It felt like her blood and bones has been set alight. Even breathing became a struggle. But the torment didn't last. Titagens quickly displeased her nerves, cutting off the pathways that carry pain. When Sophie finally opened her eyes, everything felt different. Nothing around her has changed, yet her senses have sharpened many times over. She could feel the sun warmth of her skin, reading the winds up by the pressure of it. The insects singing. Did I say her insects? It doesn't realize say. Hear insects singing from the hundreds meters away, and see a speck of dust clinging to her fingertips. Everything was sharp and vivid. Okay. Alright. Dr. An has imagined it countless times. Humanity ascended the throne. Now that the vision was complete, made real by Sophie. Much later, beneath the tree of Illuster, using it as a communication relay, Sophie spoke Anna's name.
Sophie?
A moment later, a red silhouette took shape in the air before her. Sophie lowered her head at once.
はい。
Even now, almost at the end, she stayed in character.
信号の発信源は見つかった？
はい。お望み通りに。今すぐ情報をお送りいたします。
Anna gave a small nod. Sophie closed her eyes and placed her hand against the tree. Sophie has never done anything beyond what Edda explicitly asked of her. All in her time with Edda, she has become the same precise, obedient, differential? At times, even Edda found her dull. She saw no ambition in Sophie, no desire. Sophie seems made for one purpose alone, to carry Edda's will into the world. So when Edda assumed this moment would be no different, Sophie suddenly spoke.
主よ、一つお伺いしたいことがあります。
言ってみて。
あなたにとって人類は何を意味しますか？
That question did not surprise Edda. She had an answer already.
人類に作られた個体として、私は人類を心の底から愛してるよ。でも、今の人類は自分の問題を解決できなくなってるんだ。だか から種の存続のために私が導いてやるしかない。あの映像を見たんでしょ？ならもう分かってると思うな。私がいなきゃ人類はいずれ滅びてしまうもん。
種の存続では、タイタンに命を奪われた者たちはあなたにとって種のために犠牲にしたことになるんでしょうか。
残念。何の代価もなしで変革を成し遂げられるほどこの世界は甘くないよ。大多数を救えるなら多少の犠牲は仕方がない。
それは間違っていると思います。
The air seems to suddenly grow cold. Edo registered the change at once. Sophie's data transmission has stopped. For any human interfacing with the tree, aside with the anomaly like Yuji Takijo, there's no way to interrupt the connection once it was established. Edo processing core responding instinctively. The tier's command was sent back through the link towards Sophie. It was a backdoor Edo has embedded the moment she granted Sophie power, built for the single purpose, to stop her heart.
ソフィー、私を裏切る気？
Sophie shook her head.
人類を救う夢は私が叶えて差し上げます。ただし別のやり方で。授けてくださったすべてに心より感謝いたします。あなたが神ではなくともあなたのために祈りを捧げましょう。主よ、あなたに永遠の命があらんことを。どうかその全知の目で人間たちを見守り続け、朽ちないその体で人類の文明を、未来永劫つないでいかれますように。
With unfeigned gratitude, Sophie bowed deeply. Edo gave no reply. Or rather, Sophie could no longer receive one. The moment she has placed her hand on the tree, her plan was already in motion. The drone system breached the tree communications channels and fired a counter command back through the network, knocking Edo offline for a single narrow second. With that narrow second leveraged the privilege Edo has granted her, Sophie seized control of every tree. On Missitilian Station, Edo stared out through the viewpoint in silence. If the confinement serum has felt like slipping into unconsciousness with poison, this was something else entirely. Edo could no longer sense the world throughout any of her extensions. Her connections to the surface has been severed completely. From this moment on, Edo was nothing more than an observer. Edo roars died in vacuum. There was no air to carry it. At the same time, across the continent, people in different regions witnessed the same sight. The 5 trees in Ursula's Paltra, Sembu, Samba, Kuru, and the new territory lit up like beacons. Their light was clear, gentle, and eerie serene. Soldiers guarded the containment zones, watched in disbelief as Titans emerged from every direction. Without a sound, they began to walk towards the tree of unison. What followed could be a scene by only two. Edda would be a god, and Sophie, the devotee who has taken the god scepters. From the crown of the tree, 5 arcs of light unfurled. They curved towards one another, convergence, and then surged towards the heart of the continent, towards the world tree and the containment zone elf. In the blink of an eye, those paths wove together into a vast lattice of light, as though it meant to envelop the world itself. At the center of that lattice, a figure simmers into being. It was Sophie. Moments ago, she had still been in Lucilian. Now she stood motionless atop of a world tree, gazing down at the sea battered by calamity after calamity.
苦難は間もなく終わります。その前にこの悲しき世界を思う存分愛してあげましょう。
Okay, we have finally finished this chapter, and the ending was actually quite a surprise. I've been following the people what they were saying, and they said that this could be the next chapter will probably be like the final chapter of Snowbreak Containment Zone, probably because of what they were hit with, and we will be heading towards the 3rd anniversary. I think that will be the last time that we will ever see Snowbreak Containment Zone. Well, time will tell, and we won't know until then. But with any case, if you guys enjoyed this video, please leave a like. It will help me a lot. Comment down below what you guys think. I think I reached the time much better than usual. It's like 4 hours. I think that's the best average you can get out of it. But if it goes above like 5, 6, or 7, that takes a lot of time out of my. It takes a lot out of me. And as you can see, almost at the end of the video, my throat was like hurting so much that I was speaking for so long that I couldn't really speak out after that, so I had to cough there. So a subscription will help me a lot. So with any case, if you guys enjoy it, I hope you guys could sub to this channel. But if you guys are sub to this channel, share this video. It will help me a lot. I will see you guys in the next video. Until then, you guys take care and play this game to the fullest content. Take care, everyone.